Stay tuned as West Virginia hosts Boston College on the Mountaineer Sports Network.
Today's game is brought to you by Budweiser Beechwood Age, for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. Key Centurion Bank Shares, building our communities together. Walker Machinery, your Caterpillar dealer. Your Mountaineer Chrysler Plymouth dealers. The competition knows it's the team to beat. U.S. Air, with flights to over 100 cities in North America. At U.S. Air, we welcome all of our passengers, one at a time.
Greetings, everyone, from a cool and damp Mountaineer Field. I'm Tony Caridi, joined by John Garcia. This afternoon, the West Virginia Mountaineers look to keep their unbeaten string perfect as they take on the Boston College Eagles, a Boston College team that loves to pass, but John Garcia, this afternoon, they may be forced into passing. Their top two tailbacks will be out of the game, so Jack McNeil knows he's got to throw. What's that do to a team offensively, knowing that you've got to succeed through the pass?
Coach McNeil loves to throw the football. Granted, he has a 1-2 combination in Waddle and Cherry, who have been very effective this year. But in order to be successful in major college football, you have to have a balance between the run and pass. It should be interesting to see what happens this afternoon.
Mike Sanders, the normal third-string tailback, will be getting the start here this afternoon. On the ground, West Virginia has had success all season long. Look for them to continue it on the ground this afternoon with A.B. Brown and Undred Johnson. The kickoff coming up, West Virginia against the Boston College Eagles.
Key Centurion Bank Shares presents the WVU Marching Band in concert. Monday, November 28th, 7:30 p.m. at the Charleston Civic Center. Tuesday, November 29th, 8:15 p.m. at the WVU Creative Arts Center. Hear the pride from Key Centurion Bank Shares, building our communities together.
Welcome back to Mountaineer Field, homecoming 1988. Under some cool and damp conditions, rain had fallen for the majority of the morning, but John Garcia, the rain has cleared a bit. The rain has stopped, the clouds beginning to clear. It's a cool, crisp afternoon here in Mountaineer Field, a capacity crowd on hand to watch West Virginia and the Boston College Eagles, the 17th meeting between these two schools, as the captains for West Virginia, Robert Pickett, Bo Orlando, Kevin Koken, and John Stroya, head out to the field, meet up with Joe Wolf and Mark Murphy of Boston College for the coin toss. First game in this series way back in 1925, a series that West Virginia pretty much has had their way in the decade of the 1980s. Since Don Nehlen arrived, West Virginia 6-1 against the Boston College Eagles. You know, John, West Virginia under Don Nehlen has gone through 5 off weeks in the season, and they're coming off one now. In past years, West Virginia 4-1, coming back from an off-week performance, and they're rested, a few nagging injuries corrected during that off week, and head coach Don Nehlen says he just wants to get ready to play football. The Boston College Eagles come to Morgantown this afternoon with a 2-4 record, a disappointing 17-6 loss during their homecoming game last week against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
Boston College has really been up and down this year, Tony. They played very well against Penn State and Pitt, and they were kind of lethargic through the Rutgers game.
Head coach Don Nehlen has got an offense that has been cooking all season long, averaging 40 points per game, and while the defense was not given a whole lot of credit coming into this season, they are now into the national rankings, giving up just 13 points per game.
Coach Shaw has really done an outstanding job gelling this defense against the pass and the run. So they've been doing an excellent job as far as what they can do with the players that they have.
The Boston College Eagles won the coin toss, but they deferred their option until the second half, and so Boston College will kick off. And that man, Major Harris, will have the first run of scrimmage. 44 of 76 through the air this season for 798 yards. A year ago, Major Harris played very well against BC, completing 7 of 10 passes, rushing for 52 yards. He finished up the afternoon with 208 yards total offense. One concern coming into this one, John Garcia, is starting tailback A.B. Brown for West Virginia. Injured during the East Carolina game, only was in for 3 offensive plays. Undred Johnson replaced him and replaced him beautifully. with a 167-yard effort, but the hamstring of A.B. Brown is a concern as we take a look at Boston College's Eagles and head coach Jack Bicknell. Eugene Napoleon, the deep man for the Mountaineers, averaging 17 yards per return. That's Brian Lowe, the barefooted field goal kicker and kickoff man for the Boston College Eagles. Lowe had a record-setting performance in his last visit to Mountaineer Field back in 1986. He finished up the game with 4 field goals in a 19-10 BC win over West Virginia. In that process of 4 field goals, Lowe set the school record for most field goals in a game.
He's an All-East candidate, Tony, and he's from nearby Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania, up near Pittsburgh.
Originally came to Boston College as a soccer goalie, but turned to sports, and it's been a big plus for Brian Lowe. Again, the ball falls off of the tee, and for the 3rd time, they'll try it again. And, John, there's an indication that the wind is a factor down on the field.
The wind probably is definitely a factor today, Tony, but the water should not be. With the new AstroTurf that was installed here at the beginning of the year, it really has done a great job as far as the drainage on the field, so the wet field should not be a factor.
A near-capacity crowd braving the cool and the rain here in Morgantown to watch the Mountaineers, who've been away from home for 4 weeks. They had 3 road games in a row and then had the off week. Lowe's kickoff going to the end zone, and West Virginia will have the touchback starting off 1st down and 10 from the 20-yard line.
You know, we talked about the open week and how that may affect a team, Tony. I think the kids get a little bit itchy. They get to watch a little bit of television as far as what teams they're going to play, and they gain some added enthusiasm.
You know, this guy there, number 9, this quarterback for West Virginia, Major Harris, had an interesting way to spend his off week. Last week, while many of his teammates were watching opposing teams play on television, he went out to his high school, Brashear High School in Pittsburgh, and worked the chains during that game, the yard markers for his club. On 1st down and 10, Harris back to the line of scrimmage on the option keep, brought down there by Mark Murphy.
Mark Murphy, he's one of the captains of the Boston College defense. He's extremely quick and very strong. His brother writes for Sports Illustrated.
Yeah, he does. His brother Austin Murphy. And brother Austin is one of 3 Murphy brothers to be captains. His brother Mark, a co-captain, had another brother a captain in college, and his brother Austin, a co-captain at Colgate in the rugby team. Pass is complete to the tight end Keith Wynn, a 1st down for West Virginia, as he's knocked out at the 34-yard line by right cornerback Brian Williams. So Keith Wynn, who missed the East Carolina game with a deep shoulder bruise, comes in to make his 5th catch of the season.
This is one thing that we've noticed the last 2 weeks. West Virginia has been really featuring the tight end. Last week with Adrian Moss, this week with Keith Wynn.
Greg Taylor is the fullback for West Virginia on 1st and 10, and Undred Johnson getting the start, spinning ahead, a 4-yard pickup for Undred Johnson, brought down there by Brian Williams. Undred Johnson needs just 88 more yards to become the 5th all-time leading rusher in West Virginia University history, and he's done this primarily as a reserve player for the Mountaineers. 2 weeks back, he finished up with a 167-yard effort against the East Carolina Pirates. Had no idea he would be getting that much playing time, but A.B. Brown was injured on the 3rd play of the game. After a 4-yard pickup, it's 2nd down and 6, and Harris again looking to throw, has Jamie Lamont for the 1st down inside BC territory down to the 45-yard line. Steve Williams makes the stop on Jamie Lamont. 10th grab of the season for Lamont.
The last couple games, Tony, West Virginia has been really featuring the sprint draw. There we saw the sprint draw action with a hook pattern to Jamie Lamont.
So the Mountaineers inside Boston College territory, 13 minutes and 16 seconds to go here in the 1st quarter of play as Undred Johnson moves ahead. Picks up 3 yards, and he's brought down there by number 88, Ivan Caesar, and the strong safety, Rico Lobby. Undred Johnson, a senior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, leads the Mountaineers in scoring with 7 touchdowns. A.B. Brown right behind with 6. So apparently, the injury to A.B. Brown, the bothersome hamstring, will keep him out of action here as Johnson gets the start. 2nd down and 7. Harris on the option keep. Knocked down right at the first down marker. Steve Williams, a left cornerback, coming over to make the stop. Boston College has had a problem defending the option, and West Virginia has run the option 3 times here on their first possession.
Last week against Rutgers, Boston College had a lot of problems defensively with plays running into the boundary. There we saw West Virginia feature a play into the boundary.
Harris is just about a half a football shy of the first down. Adrian Moss comes into the ball game along with Keith Wynn, so the Mountaineers will use a double tight end formation. Rick Phillips, John Stroya, Kevin Koken, Bob Kovac, Brian Smiter, the offensive line. On 3rd down and 1, Harris has the first down, and the late pitch goes to Andre Johnson. Johnson downed at the 23-yard line. They worked it to perfection there. Brian Williams, the right cornerback, made the move towards Major Harris, and he got caught up there as Major makes the late toss to Undra.
Again, West Virginia's #1 play, the base option, and Major's ability to improvise and get that extra yardage.
So another first down for the Mountaineers as they spot the ball on the 22-yard line. Jamie Lamont and Grannis Bell are the receivers, split out wide. And on first down, Andre Johnson to the 15-yard line. Eddie Duran, the free safety, came over to trip up Andre Johnson. But the Mountaineers having their way here on their first possession of the ball game. It looks, John, that the off week had no ill effect at all so far. Quarterback Major Harris, 2 of 2 for 31 yards. On 2nd down and 4, that's Phillips in motion. Craig Taylor has the hole and the touchdown. Touchdown number 5 of the season for senior Craig Taylor, a 16-yard TD with 11 minutes and 18 seconds showing on the first quarter clock.
The big guy Craig Taylor on the cutback, seeing the seam. His longest run so far this year has been 25 yards. He's a big guy, 6 foot, 215 pounds, and scooted it into the end zone.
Charlie Bauman's extra point attempt is good, and West Virginia takes a 7-0 lead with 11 minutes and 18 seconds to go here on Homecoming Day 1988. John Garcia, take a look at the trap block here from the right tackle. Brian Smiter congesting up that middle, opening up the hole for Craig Taylor.
A great job by Brian. It's a 275-pound guy coming on and sealing off the inside.
So the Mountaineers march 80 yards on their first possession to take a 7-0 lead over the Boston College Eagles. Brad Carroll, number 19, comes onto the field for West Virginia. He'll be handling the kickoffs this afternoon. Charlie Bauman handling the field goal kicking. There's a look at West Virginia's Craig Taylor. If you take a look, you see the WV logo on the back of that head with a razor cut, and he's got a number 20 on the side.
I wonder who his barber is.
Boy, I tell you what, a creative one. Craig Taylor, who says that he does not like to be known as a runner. He'd like to be known as a blocker so that he can surprise opposing defenses. And he surprised the BC Eagles there with a 16-yard touchdown run.
You know, we talked about the open date and West Virginia's success. They're a total of 4-1 after the open date. Amazingly enough, they only lost to Boston College back in 1986.
Andre Green and Tracy Giles are back deep to return the kickoff from Carroll. And it's Giles from the 15-yard line. Met there by Teddy Kester and brought down at the 30. Ted Kester, number 53, makes the stop for the Mountaineers. And the Boston College Eagles will have it 1st and 10 from the 30-yard line. West Virginia scoring drive, 80 yards on 9 plays, using up 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Mike Power will quarterback the Boston College Eagles this afternoon. Sprained his ankle against Rutgers a week ago. Spent some time this past week on crutches trying to immobilize the joint, and he's a question mark coming into this one this afternoon. Marcus Cherry and Tom Waddle splitting out to the far left on 1st down and 10. And the Eagles starting off the game in the air. Ball batted down beautifully there by Chris Parker, senior out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania. Face to face with Power. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Chris Parker just having an absolutely super year. He has two sacks and a total of 5 tackles for a loss.
And that's his first pass deflection of the season. Take a look there, a beautiful spin move as he worked himself free. Second down and 10. The ball carrier is the fullback, Duke St. Pierre. Brings it up for a 6-yard gain, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 4. The Boston College offensive line, senior dominated. Left tackle Jim Quitchoff, a senior out of Amherst, New York. Left guard Joe Wolf, their best prospect, and reportedly a first-round draft pick this coming year out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. The center, Brian Schonell, is a senior as well. The right tackle, Doug Weidell's a senior. The only underclassman is the right guard. And Power on 3rd down and 3 falls untouched. And the Eagles will be forced to punt.
You know, we said, Tony, that footing is probably not a factor, and there it was for Boston College. Danny Nealon, the equipment manager, has numerous types of spikes that our players do use.
David Rooney will punt for the Boston College Eagles, coming back from a broken ankle suffered during the offseason when he was skateboarding. Grannis Bell from the 38-yard line loses the football, and the Eagles have recovered. Grannis Bell's fumble gives Boston College the football. David Thompson, a reserve strong safety, put the hit on Grannis Bell, popping the ball free. This copyrighted broadcast is authorized under rights granted by West Virginia University through its Mountaineer Sports Network solely for the entertainment of our viewing audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express written permission of the Mountaineer Sports Network is prohibited. So the Boston College Eagles, after going 3 downs and out, get new life on the fumble by Grannis Bell. The ball spotted on the West Virginia 33-yard line. Mike Power with time, deflected by Lawrence Drumgoole. Bo Orlando, West Virginia's regular strong safety, is injured, receiving treatment over on the sideline, and Lawrence Drumgoole filling in. Made the deflection there. A look at Bo Orlando, who's having the left ankle looked at. Orlando 4th on the West Virginia team in tackles.
Tony Bicknell really likes to throw that ball on 1st down, so it wasn't really surprising they did come out and throw the ball there. He's a bit of a gambler.
Officials going over the play clock, and a fresh 25 seconds goes on the play clock. So on 2nd down and 10, the Boston College Eagles show the I formation. Quarterback Mike Power looking for his first completion. He's 0 for 2. Power has his receiver. That's Tom Waddle at the 20-yard line. That's a 1st down for the Boston College Eagles. Waddle is a tremendous player, Boston College's leading receiver, and the 5th leading receiver in the nation. Comes into the ball game with 42 catches, and here's a look at number 43.
A play-action pass, Tony. Waddle, a possession-type receiver, doesn't have the great speed, but has the great hands and runs absolutely perfect routes.
1st down and 10 from the 19-yard line. West Virginia with a 7-0 lead, and the tailback is Mike Sanders, junior out of King, North Carolina, getting his first call. Jim Gray, number 98, making the stop for West Virginia. Sanders, a week ago, was the number 3 tailback for Boston College, but injuries to Jim Bell and to Tim Frazier have made him the starter here today, and it looks as though he's got a contact lens problem.
The West Virginia coaching staff is very impressed with Sanders. He has a 5.5-yard average, and he has good quickness and extremely strong.
9 minutes and 14 seconds remain here in the first quarter of play. West Virginia on a touchdown run by Craig Taylor leads it 7-0. Mike Sanders will go out of the ball game.
This will be a good challenge for the West Virginia defense with this sudden change on the fumble.
Boston College Eagles come into Morgantown with a 2-4 record, a disappointing 2-4 record. Suffered a loss last weekend to the Rutgers Scarlet Knights by a final of 17-6, and suffered a very disappointing 23-20 loss to Penn State in-state college on a late turnover that gave the Nittany Lions a field goal for the victory. Timeout has been called. 9:02 to go. West Virginia leads it 7-0. Fans, don't forget the Mountaineer Sports Night comes your way next Friday evening on MSN Television. Host Woody O'Hara will be talking with head coach Don Nehlen, taking a look at today's highlights and previewing the West Virginia-Penn State game. Mountaineer Sports Night loaded with features and information giving Mountaineer fans a behind-the-scenes look. Consult your local listings for the time in your area. Well, the Boston College Eagles at the West Virginia 15-yard line on a 2nd down and 6. And the ball carrier is the fullback Ed Toner, ahead for a couple. That'll bring up 3rd down and about 4. Jim Gray, number 98, made the stop there on Toner.
Toner with a football background. His dad played for the Boston Patriots, and his uncle played for the Packers.
He's a junior out of Swampscott, Massachusetts. He shares time with Duke St. Pierre. Almost lost the football there.
He also played semi-pro baseball.
3rd down and 4. The Eagles from the West Virginia 13-yard line. Power again slipping down, and the play will be ruled dead. Mike Power's knee touchdown at the 20-yard line. So a 7-yard loss on the play, and Boston College will have to call on Brian Lowe for a field goal.
Power having some problems there with his footing. I'm sure he's going to see the equipment manager here at halftime or very shortly.
Brian Lowe, Boston College's all-time leading field goal kicker. Had 4 here against the Mountaineers back in 1986. Spotting this one from the 26-yard line, so a 36-yard attempt by Brian Lowe. It is good, and Boston College is on the board with 7 minutes and 38 seconds to go here in the first quarter of play. West Virginia 7 and Boston College 3. Well, that drive for Boston College, John, began at the 33, wound up at the 20-yard line, so the West Virginia defense, thanks to a few good plays and a slip by Mike Power, are able to hold the BC Eagles to just a field goal there after the fumble by Grannis Bell.
Anytime West Virginia has a fumble or interception in their own part of the field, it's called a sudden change. West Virginia defense rising to the occasion and not letting that ball in the end zone.
So the Boston College kickoff team retakes the field for the 2nd time today. West Virginia's offense had no problem against the BC defense in their first possession, marching 80 yards for the score.
Coach McNeil likes a multiple formation offense, one back set, flipping the tight end, all to confuse the defense.
Yeah, they certainly do move around a great deal out there. Sometimes they'll line up 3 across in the backfield and then split from there. Don Nehlen said this week that Boston College uses 3,001 formations. I don't know if that is true, but they certainly use a great many formations.
Well, that flopping the tight end certainly creates problems for the defense, because now the strong safety declares strength to the left, and all of a sudden the tight end flops to the right, and we have to adjust with the secondary. So it does create problems.
Brian Lowe, who just kicked that 26-yard field goal to get BC on the board, all ready to kick it off once again. Eugene Napoleon is back deep for the Mountaineers. A nice boot by Lowe, and it will not be returned. So Lowe's 2nd kick in a row that will go for a touchback, and West Virginia will start off 1st down and 10 from the 20-yard line with 7 minutes and 38 seconds to go here in the first quarter of play. A year ago, West Virginia manhandled Boston College by a final score of 37-16, racking up 438 yards of total offense. And they've already got 80 yards of total offense here this afternoon. Quarterback Major Harris, 2 of 2 in the passing department for 31 yards. Major has rushed the ball twice for 6 yards. Option freeze on 1st and 10. Wide open was Calvin Phillips. A good 5 yards wide open. Ed Duran, the free safety, was defending on the play, but Phillips had a big cushion there and apparently looked the run with the ball before he had it, John.
This has been a great play for West Virginia all season because it freezes that strong safety and that free safety into pass coverage. There we just dropped the football.
Well, Major Harris's first incompletion of the ball game. Kelvin Phillips, West Virginia's second leading receiver. Reggie Rembert has the team lead in receptions. Harris again, plenty of time, has his man. Over the 25-yard line, that's Undra Johnson. Undra's first reception of the season. Mike Saylor, the inside linebacker, came over to make the stop. There's an indication that West Virginia has not been going to the backs much this season, John. A.B. Brown comes into this football game with 2 catches, and that's Undra Johnson's first. So they've been going primarily when they do throw to the tight ends and to the wideouts. An 8-yard pickup, and it is 3rd down and 2. The option, and Undra Johnson has the first down for West Virginia. Ron Perryman, the inside linebacker, knocks Johnson out of bounds, but Undra crosses it over the 30-yard line. They'll spot the ball at the 31.5.
Perryman's brother, Bob, is a New England Patriot fullback, and he had a great career at Michigan, if you remember, a few years ago.
On 1st down and 10, West Virginia shows the option, this time to the right. Major Harris with the first down. Knocked out at the 48-yard line by strong safety Rico Lobby. And the West Virginia offense is looking very good early on in this ball game. Whether it's throwing or running the football, they seem to really be in the sync.
Again, the whirly-bird option, freezing those middle linebackers with the pivot step by Major Harris, and Major just using his athletic ability. Boston College has suffered defensively all year. Really, their strong point of their defense is their secondary with Duran and Williams.
Major Harris now with 21 yards on the ground and 3 carries. That was the 6th West Virginia first down on that play. Harris knocked back, and a beautiful hit there by Ivan Caesar. Harris was waiting and waiting and waiting, and finally Caesar, the junior out of St. Thomas and the Virgin Islands, just gave him a 2-arm shove in the chest, and the strength of Caesar brought Major Harris right down.
Caesar, one heck of a football player, and this is pretty surprisingly because normally Major Harris will just regain his balance and find the seam. There he gets knocked on his rear end.
An 8-yard loss, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 18. So a passing situation for West Virginia. Sending out Kelvin Phillips and Reggie Rembert far to the right side. And Harris on the option. The draw play. And he does not even come up to the original line of scrimmage. That hole had opened up there nicely, but Rico Lobby came over to make the stop.
We said that the secondary is very good. Duran, he kind of reminds you of Tim Agee of the past. He's 5'9", 183 pounds. Had a heck of a game against Rutgers last week.
Kelvin Phillips and Undra Johnson come out of the game. Granis Bell, Jamie Lamont, and Reggie Rembert in as receivers for the Mountaineers. They'll use a single man in the backfield. 3 receivers on 3rd down and long. Protection there for Harris. Going deep for Jamie Lamont. And the ball is intercepted by Brian Williams. The right cornerback made a good play there as they went to Jamie Lamont. Ball was underthrown, and Williams came right across and picked off Major Harris's pass. Just the 6th interception this season thrown by Major Harris.
A great job by the West Virginia offensive line that time. Plenty of protection. Major just threw it up for grabs.
So the BC Eagles with their 3rd possession of the ball game. 5:12 to go here in the first quarter of play. BC trailing it 7-3. Powers handoff to Mike Sanders and gains a yard at best. Scott Summons coming over to make the stop.
Scott Summons just having a great year, Tony. He has a total of 5 sacks as a backup, tying Ronaldo Turnbull for the top sack leader for West Virginia.
Persistent player. They say he does not have tremendous talent, John, but He's the kind of player that just won't give up.
Right, he was named West Virginia's co-champion for the East Carolina game last week.
Power looking on 2nd down and 8. Intended that pass over there, over the middle, and incomplete for Andre Green. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 8.
We really shouldn't be surprised if Boston College puts the ball in the air 50 times today, because if they cannot feature the run, Coach Bucknell will put the ball in the air.
Quarterback Mike Power struggled against West Virginia last year and was removed from the game after starting it, replaced by Mark Camphouse. Power with time on 3rd and 8, and he's got his man for the first down, Tom Waddle. They'll spot the ball at the 36-yard line. Darrell Whitmore made the stop. Tom Waddle with his 2nd reception of the afternoon, his 44th catch of the season.
A straight drop-back pass. Waddle with plenty of, Power with plenty of time, sees the hook pattern, and Waddle is a good throw and catch.
Elvoyd Mays came over to make the stop. 1st down and 10 for Boston College. Power again. This ball almost intercepted by Chris Herring. The inside linebacker out of Pueblo, Colorado, has 2 interceptions so far this season and almost had a 3rd right there.
Chris Herring just having an absolutely super year, Tony. I'm going to venture to say that he's probably the best middle linebacker that has played for Don Nehlen here at West Virginia.
Going out on a limb early, huh?
Yes, sir.
They are very happy with the play of Chris Herring. Power. As his man beat out far was Tom Waddle on the far side of the field. Elvoyd Mays was beaten on the play, but Power's pass overthrown. And that'll bring up 3rd down. Mountaineer offensive line getting together. Now with a headset there, Dave McMichael, the exterior line coach for West Virginia.
Power, he's very active in children's organizations in the Boston area, speaking for alcohol and drug abuse. A fine young man.
Power 2 of 7 passing so far, and they use the draw play. It's Ed Toner. Toner with the 1st down. Toner all the way down to the 20-yard line, and Ed Toner will score. A touchdown for the Boston College Eagles on 3rd down and 10. A beautiful play call on the draw. A 63-yard touchdown by junior Ed Toner. And the Mountaineers definitely looking for the pass, and they got caught off guard with a beautiful play call on the draw.
Hey, an absolutely super run by Ed Toner. He had a total of 36 yards rushing this year. He broke a number of tackles. We said he's a strong back. There's no doubt about it. If you remember a few weeks ago, Tony, West Virginia slipped the draw in on Pitt. Now this time Boston College slips one in on West Virginia.
And you're looking for the pass, and you're looking for the pass. The run can kill you, and West Virginia knows it very well at this point. There's a fake on the extra point attempt, and the ball is intercepted. Now this can be returned for a touchdown. This is Darrell Whitmore. Whitmore brings it up ahead to the 40-yard line. The new rule in effect this season, that if an extra point is attempted and blocked, that it can be returned or a pass is intercepted. So Darrell Whitmore intercepts the ball on the conversion attempt.
Hey, give credit to Coach Bucknell. He's pulling out all stops. He's coming here to win, no matter what his record is.
Boston College leads it by 2 with 3:51 to go here in the first quarter of play. There's a look at Darrell Whitmore, who intercepted that pass into the end zone on Boston College's conversion attempt. Whitmore already has 2 interceptions this season. And if he would have went back and brought it back all the way, John, that would have counted for 2.
One of the new rule changes for the 1988 season. Kind of made things interesting. The crowd really got to its feet.
Crowd knew the rule. They were up on their feet. That's right. So West Virginia finds themselves in a rare situation. That is trailing at home this season. Down by 2 points with 3 minutes and 51 seconds to go here in the first quarter of play.
You know, West Virginia has really had an outstanding record at home. They're a total of 38, 13, and 1 since Don Nehlen's been here.
And so far this season, they are 3-0 at home.
That streak started back in 1980 against Cincinnati in the opening day of the new stadium. A bit of trivia, Tony. Who has the game ball of the opening game of Cincinnati?
I don't know who has it.
Jeffrey Garcia is sitting home on my son's dresser.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Here's one for you. Who scored the first points at Mountaineer Field in that Cincinnati game?
Robert Alexander.
No. Rich Carless, now with the Denver Broncos, kicked the field goal to give Cincinnati an early lead. Speaking of leads, that's what West Virginia's after now. But another good kick by Brian Lowe will have the Mountaineers started off first down and 10 from the 20-yard line. Take a look at the Boston College scoring drive. The Eagles traveling 81 yards in 6 plays. The big chunk of that, Ed Toner, fullback for Boston College, scampering 63 yards on 3rd down and 10 for the touchdown.
The ironic thing is, Toner was a defensive end last year and was transferred to the offensive side of the ball this spring.
Andre Johnson pushes ahead for a 4-yard pickup. Rico Lobby making the stop along with Ivan Caesar.
Undra kind of gives the West Virginia offense a new look in there when he's in there because he's more a quicker and agile back than Anthony Brown.
Andre Johnson needs just 88 yards to become the school's 5th all-time leading rusher, has 35 yards so far this afternoon. 2nd down and 6. And Harris looking for the seam on the option. Picks up a couple of yards on the play. Jim Beestick made the stop there on Major Harris. That'll be 3rd down and 4. Facing West Virginia. Out of the I formation. Play action. Harris with plenty of time. And making the stop for Boston College, Eric Lindstrom, left defensive end. Came over to knock Major Harris down. Harris has been sacked twice in the ball game. A very rare occurrence.
Give credit to the Boston College defense. Lindstrom, an All-American candidate, having absolutely super year.
So Boston College holding tough. And Lance Carrion on to punt for the first time this afternoon. Marcus Cherry is the deep man. Cherry from the 39-yard line meets up with his own player there. David Thompson, number 17, met up with Marcus Cherry. John Stroya down on the play, but really it was David Thompson. We should get credit for that tackle there.
Cherry, a flat-out burner with 4.4 speed.
2 minutes and 1 second to go here in the first quarter of play. Boston College with the lead, 9-7. Now we've got a penalty marker down on the play. It will go against West Virginia.
Penalty is a dead ball foul, 15 yards. Personal foul, 1st and 10.
So an unsportsmanlike call gives West Virginia 15 yards.
Again, Boston College with excellent field position. You can really open up your offense when you work on this end of the field.
Marcus Cherry wide to the right on 1st down and 10. Tom Waddle up top to the left. They'll keep it on the ground. This is Mike Sanders. Sanders across the 30-yard line. As a 1st down for Boston College. Robert Pickett made the stop.
The West Virginia coaching staff has been concerned about Sanders all week. He's a darn good back, even though he's a 3rd-teamer.
High school All-American out of Calvert High School in Baltimore. His biggest afternoon as a BC Eagle came last season against Rutgers, where he finished up with 112 yards on 22 carries. And again, the call goes to Mike Sanders. Brought down as he crosses over the 25-yard line. Making the stop, Scott Summits, number 73 for West Virginia.
Boston College #1 running play is the sprint draw, and the second running play is the sweep. So we should see that quite a bit today.
LaRon Ellis, the injured Mountaineer, on the play, being helped off the field. Five-yard pickup on the run by Sanders will bring up 2nd down and 5. Head coach Don Nehlen has faced Boston College 7 times, has beaten them 6 times. The fullback is Duke St. Pierre. Bobbled up and brought down at the 20-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd down and short. Willie Edwards coming over from his right cornerback position to make the stop.
Again, Boston College flops the tight end, and if you watch the West Virginia secondary, everyone adjusts and moves over there a little bit.
3rd down and 1 facing BC. Actually 3rd down and about a half a yard. St. Pierre and Mike Sanders in the I formation for BC. And it's Sanders. And he looks to have the 1st down. So the personal foul penalty costing West Virginia 15 yards, John, really puts Boston College in the driver's seat. Now they put together 2 first downs, and they're marching in on the Mountaineers. As the ball spotted down at the 18-yard line and close enough for a measurement. 24 seconds remain here in the 1st quarter.
The Boston College interior line of those 2 guards and centers are very strong, and one is a legitimate pro prospect.
Yeah, that's Joe Wolf, who's coming back from season-ending knee surgery a year ago. BC has the 1st down. That's the Eagles' 5th first down of the afternoon.
Power has been really hot and cold today, Tony. Excuse me.
Yeah, he has. He's made some big receptions, some big pass completions, but he's 2 of 7 statistically. Mike Sanders looking for the room out to the left. And he's brought down there nicely by Bo Orlando. Senior out of Berwick, Pennsylvania. Makes the stop on Mike Sanders. A native of King, North Carolina, but attended Calvert High School in Baltimore. And time has expired here in the 1st quarter of play. Boston College with the lead through the first 15 minutes of action. A big run by Ed Toner, and it's BC 9, West Virginia 7. Now we welcome you back to Mountaineer Field. Boston College with a 2-point lead and knocking on the door here for another touchdown. We'll start off the 2nd quarter of play with the Eagles having tremendous field position on the West Virginia 16-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 8. Mike Power, 2 of 7 passing in the 1st quarter of action.
This will be another good challenge for the West Virginia defense. Our backs against the wall.
Mountaineer defense with Daryl Whitmore at the free safety spot. Willie Edwards at one corner. Brett Chico, the tight end, moving over to the left on 2nd down and 8. Ball batted down again by Chris Parker and Robert Pickett. Both of those gentlemen had their hands on the ball for West Virginia as Powers was looking for Mike Sanders, who had moved himself over into the right corner of the end zone. Take a look at it.
Great pressure by the West Virginia defense. They really caved that pocket in and limited Powers' vision.
That'll bring up 3rd down and 8. That's Shimura, the tight end, moving over. Power again looking for the right side of that end zone. And Daryl Whitmore there to tip the ball away from the outstretched arms of Mark Shimura. Whitmore, who had the interception on the Muffed conversion attempt by Boston College there with a good defensive job on the tight end, Shimura, who came across up at the top of your screen there, dragged over towards the right side. And Whitmore, freshman out of Front Royal, Virginia, who's been playing tremendous this season for the Mountaineers, there to make the stop. And that'll bring up a field goal opportunity for Boston College.
West Virginia in a man coverage at that time. Coach Shaw is not afraid to play man coverage anywhere on the field.
A 33-yard attempt by Brian Lowe. And the ball is blocked. The attempt by Lowe is deflected, and West Virginia holds off the Boston College Eagles. We'll get another look at this field goal here in just a second, but Ronaldo Turnbull, 6'5" junior out of the Virgin Islands, has got a tremendous vertical leap, and chances are Turnbull got a hand on that one in the middle of the line of play.
Ronaldo has a 34-inch vertical jump. That's better than some basketball players in the NBA.
Really is. So the Mountaineers starting off first down and 10 from the 20-yard line. And Andre Johnson is the ball carrier. Picks up 6, and that'll bring up second down and 4. Brian Williams, the right cornerback, and Ed Duran, the free safety, bringing down Andre Johnson. Andre coming off a 167-yard effort against East Carolina 2 weeks ago. That's not his all-time high as a Mountaineer. If you'll remember back to the 1985 season, he rushed for 206 yards against the Temple Owls. Johnson again the ball carrier, and he's got the first down for the Mountaineers. June Anderson, number 37, the inside linebacker, made the stop. Andre now with 47 yards on the ground on 8 carries.
Andre would like to be a probation officer. He's interested in the FBI as a criminal justice major.
First down and 10 for the Mountaineers. Harris on the option. And the major brings it ahead to the 40-yard line. A few yards short of the first down marker. Rico Lobby came over to make the stop. Time called on the field as Craig Taylor there, number 20, shaken up on the play, and he'll be replaced by Aaron Evans. Major Harris, who we mentioned a week ago, went back up home to Brashear High School. Here he is, a big name in Division I football. Got on the team bus, went over to the sideline and worked the down marker for Brashear High School against Perry High School in a big Pittsburgh City game.
It's a wonder he didn't carry the water bucket at halftime.
Second down and 2. Aaron Evans on the carry, and he'll be close to that first down marker. And they've got it. Aaron Evans, sophomore from Richmond, Virginia. And he's the heir apparent at fullback for West Virginia. Craig Taylor's a senior. He'll be gone next season, and Evans is the man that's been penciled in to replace him.
Not a bad backup, a 455-pound bench presser.
West Virginia again showing the option look, and Major Harris stood up and put down at the 45-yard line. Ron Perryman made the stop there on Major Harris. That's Bill Kurlavich, who's West Virginia's outside linebacker coach, talking with Mike Fox, a defensive tackle. And you might think, why is the outside linebacker coach talking to a tackle? Well, a year ago, and for many years in the past, Kurlavich was the defensive line coach for West Virginia, so he knows exactly what Fox should be doing.
You'll also be talking with Coach Robinson in the press box, and Coach Robinson will telephone down and tell him things that he's doing wrong.
Andre Johnson down to the BC 45-yard line. First down for the Mountaineers. Rico Lobby and Ed Duran made the stop on the ninth first down for West Virginia this afternoon, and some beautiful blocking in the interior of the offensive line for the Mountaineers.
Again, West Virginia's #1 play, the sprint draw, and a great job by John Stroy on an inside fold block that time.
Mountaineers trailing by 2 points, 9-7. Major Harris has his man Jamie Lamont, and Lamont knocked out of bounds at the 21. Right cornerback Ryan Williams got beat there by Jamie Lamont. Makes his second catch of the afternoon, and the Mountaineers have another first down.
This is why Major Harris is so effective, his ability to improvise and make the big play. There he sees Jamie just trying to get open. A great job by Major Harris.
And a great job by that offensive line to give him all that time to throw. Mountaineers from the BC 21-yard line, and Andre Johnson again with success up the middle. Brings it down to the 15. That's Andre's 10th carry of the afternoon. He's got 63 yards, so he's running the ball at a 6-yard average per carry here this afternoon.
You know, we talked about that week off, Tony. This is where it becomes very effective. They're able to go back in the weight room and get 2 or 3 good workouts and get that strength back where it was beginning of the season.
Craig Taylor back in at fullback, and again, Andre Johnson on the carry. Andre inside the 10-yard line. That'll be a first down for the Mountaineers. And right now, West Virginia is basically out punching Boston College in the trench.
That's right. The big guys up front are just grinding it out.
Mountaineers down by 2 points. Look to take the lead here. 11 minutes and 13 seconds and counting in first half. Craig Taylor gets ahead for a couple. Ron Perryman, the inside linebacker, over to make the stop on Craig Taylor. Taylor has not lost a yard on a rushing play in over a season and a half. In fact, you'd have to go all the way back to his sophomore year to the last time he was stopped for a loss on a play.
And he's averaging 5 yards a carry.
That was even helped out a little more earlier on with a 16-yard touchdown run. Andre Johnson closes in on the 5-yard line. Ivan Caesar coming over to make the stop. That'll bring up third down for West Virginia. Third down and goal.
This is where things really tighten up for a defense and an offense, because there's not a lot of room to work with for an offense. You only have about 16 yards there, and it's hard. You really limit your offense.
West Virginia will use a double tight end formation. Out of the wishbone, Eugene Napoleon, Andre Johnson, and Craig Taylor. Harris. Wide open. Andre Johnson has it for the touchdown. Absolutely beautiful. Major Harris. Vintage Major Harris. The uncanny ability to hold off and to stutter step and to fake. And this is just a beautiful performance by the sophomore out of Pittsburgh.
Absolutely fantastic, Tony. This is why he's a Heisman Trophy candidate. His ability to make the big play when other quarterbacks are sacked. Absolutely great.
Andre Johnson. That's his 8th touchdown of the season, and the extra point by Charlie Bauman is good, and West Virginia takes the lead back 14-9 with 9 minutes and 51 seconds to go here in the first half of play. Well, John, another look at a beautiful play by Major Harris.
This is just absolutely tremendous, Tony. I mean, this guy, everything is blocked off there to left-hand side. He just uses his athletic ability and his ability to see that open receiver. Now, this is a guy who's running down the end zone. Just super.
Well, Major was knocked down on his backside twice in this ball game. That was a rare occurrence, but for the times that he gets knocked down trying to do a little something extra in the backfield, he oftentimes comes back and makes a beautiful play.
And not only a great athlete, Tony, but a fine young man. I mean, this guy spends time in Children's Hospital and works with groups here in Morgantown. Just a super young man.
Brad Carroll comes on to kick the ball off for West Virginia. Andre Green and Tracy Giles are back deep. Mountaineers with a 5-point lead. 9 minutes and 50 seconds to go here in the first half of play. Andre Green on the return. The ball is loose. And it looks as though, well, it's still down there. Charlie Fedorko was after it, but it popped loose after that.
That thing was bouncing around there like a piece of popcorn in a popper, I'll tell you.
Waiting for the signal. And it's going to go to Boston College.
West Virginia fans not too happy with that call.
Timmy Newsom, walk-on player from Mount Hope, West Virginia, was on the bottom of that pile.
That's where it gets down and dirty, Tony. I mean, you're on the bottom of that pile. People are biting you and poking your eyes out. That's a lot of fun.
Well, the one that got away as far as West Virginia is concerned. Fans on their feet, though. They're inspired just by the effort. First down and 10, and Mike Sanders spinning ahead to the 35-yard line. Robert Pickett and Chris Herring over to make the stop. That'll be a first down for Boston College. A 10-yard pickup there by Sanders, who's running well.
These last couple plays, Tony, you could really feel the excitement in this stadium. Things really picked up. Got the fans off their seats a little bit. Get that circulation back.
And again, they go to Mike Sanders, and again, a big hole. The junior from King Point, North Carolina, running very well. Another first down, knocked out by Lawrence Drumgoole and Chris Herring. Take another look at it now. You came in and you said Boston College is going to have problems running the ball with their third-string tailback, but this guy has been doing a good job, and you've got to give credit to that offensive line. Guys like Mark Ankin, Ryan Schonell, and Joe Wolf.
Traditionally, Boston College has always had big offensive linemen.
And the Eagles will keep it on the ground as Ed Toner, junior fullback, pushes ahead for a 2-yard gain. Chris Parker and Jim Gray over to make the stop. Toner had that 63-yard touchdown on the draw play back in the first quarter to give Boston College the lead.
You know, we talk about Boston College football, Tony. They have a heck of a tradition up there. I mean, there's some good football players who are in the NFL from Boston College. Steve Diossi, Brian Brennan, Doug Flutie, Fred Smerlis, the list goes on and on.
John Boza playing for the Miami Dolphins. A couple yards on that play. It's 2nd down and 8. And Power looking for Marcus Cherry, and he's got the pass down to the 21-yard line. Elvoyd Mays, the left cornerback, beat on the coverage as Marcus Cherry hauls it in at the 21.
Nobody has moved the ball as well as Boston College has against West Virginia all year. Give credit to Coach Bicknell. When he plays West Virginia, he gets fired up.
23-yard pickup on that completion to Cherry. And the two biggest threats passing-wise, Cherry and Waddle, sit this play out. As Sanders looks for running room, and he's knocked back at the 20-yard line. Steve Grant, a freshman linebacker out of Miami, Florida, making the stop on Mike Sanders. 7:50 and counting here in the first half of play as Boston College looks to retake the lead. They're trailing it by 5 points, 14-9.
Sanders not only a good tailback, but an excellent student, a finance major at Boston College.
Powers on a timing pattern, 2nd down and 8, and Tom Waddle cannot catch up with it.
Waddle doesn't have that great speed to run under that ball. He's the possession type guy, where Cherry just has the flat-out 4.4 speed.
Preston Waters is on the coverage there. He was open enough. While he doesn't have great speed, he was open enough on that play to make the catch. He needed the perfect pass, though.
That's absolutely
and
right.
It was just a little bit too far. That'll bring up 3rd down and 8. Brett Chico in at the tight end for Boston College. That's him in motion. And the toss to Sanders. Tripped up, and he'll be short of the first down. Zippy Shear, reserve free safety for the Mountaineers, tripping up. Mike Sanders. And that'll bring on Brian Lowe.
Zippy, a Morgantown native here at West Virginia.
Brian Lowe, who was 1 of 2 in the field goal department this afternoon, comes on for his 3rd attempt. It'll be a 32-yard shot for Brian Lowe. Had his last attempt blocked.
His foot has to be cold out there today, Tony.
From 32 yards away, Brian Lowe is good. And Boston College comes to within 2 points of the lead at 14-12 with 6 minutes and 39 seconds to go here in the first half of play. So the beat. And we welcome you back to Mountaineer Field. 6 minutes and 39 seconds to go. First half of play. Tony Caridi along with John Garcia. And yes, there is reason to celebrate if you're a Boston College cheerleader. You come into Mountaineer Field, you're a 17-point underdog, and you're within 2 points of the lead here in the late going of the second quarter.
Hey, these kids from Boston College are competitors, Tony. It's not very often they get to come into a beautiful stadium like this and play the number 6 team in the country. They're going to come in here fired up. There's no doubt about it.
Eugene Napoleon back deep for the Mountaineers. Junior out of Jersey City, New Jersey. Averaging 17 yards a return this season. And Brian Lowe just kicked the field goal for Boston College.
West Virginia turning on their lights here. Notice the shadows on the field and the overcast.
Brian Lowe's been doing a real good job on kickoffs. This one, though, will stay low. Ahead to the 30-yard line, to the 32. That's Jeff Price, a reserve center for the Mountaineers.
Lowe kicks it low.
So West Virginia will start off first down and 10 from the 32-yard line. There's a look at Jeff Price. He's the man that will start at center next season for the Mountaineers, playing behind Kevin Koken, the senior out of Youngstown, Ohio this season, so he's waiting his time. Jeff Price, junior out of Inkster, Michigan.
Jeff with a 36-inch vertical jump.
That's tremendous for someone his size. 6 foot, 257 pounds.
That's a lot of weight getting off the ground.
First and 10, Andre Johnson slicing ahead to the 37. 5-yard pickup. Andre Johnson brought down by Ivan Caesar and June Anderson. Saw Andre after the East Carolina game a few days after, and he had a videotape in his hand. And I said, "What do you got there, Andre?" And he said, "Got to send this one home to Mom." So he sent that one down to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, so his parents could watch his 167-yard effort against East Carolina.
I thought it was maybe so they could just hear you, Tony.
No, not at all. Second down and 5, and Johnson has the first down as he closes in on Boston College territory. Ball is loose, and they're going to call it a fumble. The ball popped loose, and Andre Johnson coughs it up. Let's take another look.
Again, West Virginia's #1 running play, the sprint draw. Give credit to the Boston College defense stripping that ball. We've noticed that a few times here this afternoon.
Ed Duran came up with the fumble recovery. Don Nealon pleading his case, saying that Johnson was down, and it was a close one.
The defensive coaches say that turnovers are a matter of attitude, teaching your people to go and strip that ball and to emphasize those things in practice.
BC is going to be hurried to get a playoff here. 6 seconds on the play clock. And they're going to have to call a timeout. Timeout number 2 here in the first half, taken by Boston College as the Mountaineer fans boo that last call on the fumble by Andre Johnson. Well, fans, tickets remain on sale for just one remaining West Virginia home game, and that game will be against the Syracuse Orangemen coming up on November the 19th. For tickets, you can call 1-800-352-2512 or pick them up at any Key Centurion Bank ticket outlet. Next week's game against the Penn State Nittany Lions is an official sellout. And that's all that's remaining as far as home games go this season. Next week's game against Penn State and then the Syracuse game to finish up the regular season.
Mike Power, a very experienced quarterback. He started all 11 games last year for Boston College.
Mountaineers having some problems in their defensive backfield. They've got 2 reserves in there right now. Mo Orlando not in the game, and Willie Edwards is out as well. Scott Summits made the tackle there on Mike Sanders. back to the initial line of scrimmage, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 10. The BC Eagles trailing by 2 points, 14-12. Coming up on the 5-minute mark here in the first half of play. That's Marcus Cherry in motion. And the fullback, Ed Toner, may have picked up a yard, but that's all. Mike Fox, the defensive tackle, came under and made the stop. There's a look at Toner, who scored that touchdown on a 63-yard draw play back in the first quarter. Mountaineers making 3 substitutions on an obvious passing situation. Pat Marlette is in there along with Basil Proctor and David Lockwood. Pressure is on. Turnbull made the hit there on Power, and the ball is blown dead at the 50-yard line.
Great job by the West Virginia defense with that pressure.
Number 87 for West Virginia, Ronaldo Turnbull. The designated pass rusher came into the game with 5 quarterback sacks, 5 pass deflections, and that's why just a tremendous athlete.
That's one thing that Coach Shaw has brought to the West Virginia defense. He is not afraid to go after people, and he's brought that attitude with him.
David Rooney on to punt. Left-footed kicker. And he may have something here. Yes, he will. A good job by David Rooney. And they'll rule the ball dead back up near the 10-yard line. 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go. First half of play. And we'll return. Boston College trailing the Mountaineers by a deuce. How many yards? And we'll welcome you back to Mountaineer Field. A correction on that last punt. The ball was never downed, although it was touched 12 yards in front of the goal line. It bounded into the end zone, and so West Virginia will start off with a touchback. 1st down and 10 from the 20-yard line. Andre Johnson working off the right side. Johnson ahead to the 25, a 5-yard pickup. Mike Saylor, the inside linebacker, making the stop on senior tailback Andre Johnson.
Mike Saylor, a very experienced linebacker at Boston College. He has a brother, Scott, who plays for Maryland.
So
very athletic family.
Second Saylor this season to face West Virginia.
Can you say that faster?
Not too much faster. Craig Taylor is the ball carrier. Picks up 1, maybe 2.
You know, we talked about Coach Shaw, Tony, and his ability, what he's done with the West Virginia defense. From my discussions with the coaches, it's not a matter of his X and O's or his knowledge of his X and O's. It's his ability to get that group together as a team and get them pointed in one direction. And he really needs to be congratulated for that. He's done an absolutely great job.
Don Nehlen says he has brought a positive attitude to the West Virginia defense. 3rd down and 3. Harris to Reggie Rembert. And the junior college transfer from Independence Community College in Kansas has his first catch of the afternoon. Mike Saylor and Steve Williams coming over to make the stop. 1st down for the Mountaineers. West Virginia working against the clock here. 3 minutes and 16 seconds to go in the first half. Eugene Napoleon checks into the West Virginia lineup. Andre Johnson getting a breather. Harris again looking to throw, and he's heading deep. Grannis Bell has the catch. Touchdown, West Virginia. There's a penalty flag down, however. A 61-yard touchdown pass may or may not count. A flag thrown back at the 36-yard line. And it will count. Grannis Bell with a 61-yard touchdown catch. The right cornerback, Brian Williams, was chasing him stride for stride, but Bell, on a beautiful throw by Major Harris, yanks it in.
A play-action pass, and that just an absolutely tremendous throw by Major. I mean, he really let the air out of this ball. Hit Grannis right on stride.
So the Mountaineers take a 20-12 lead on a 61-yard bomb to Grannis Bell. Charlie Bauman with his third extra point attempt, and it is good. And West Virginia takes a 9-point lead with 2 minutes and 53 seconds to go. Boy, I'll tell you what, Major Harris comes out of there and he sees Grannis Bell breaking free. And you can almost hear him say as he cocks that ball up there near his arm, all right, if you're ready to run for it, I'm ready to throw for it. Almost like out of a high school play or out of something you see on the schoolyard.
Fire one, right? He really let the air out of that thing.
That's the longest completion this season for Major Harris. His previous long was a 54-yarder that he threw to Reggie Rembert for a touchdown against the Maryland Terrapins. And for Grannis Bell, that's his longest pass reception this season. Had a 50-yard catch against Bowling Green, but put that one in the book as a 61-yard strike as the Mountaineers get some breathing room against a stubborn Boston College Eagle team. Mountaineers took him just 4 plays, covering 80 yards on the 61-yard throw to Grannis Bell.
That's why Major Harris is a Heisman Trophy candidate, Tony. He is just so darn effective and has so many ways to beat you.
Now, that penalty that was thrown and we were talking about as the ball was caught in there by Grannis Bell was against Boston College. It was a roughing the passer call. And so they'll assess that now on this kickoff coming up by Brad Carroll. So some more sting to a big play on the 15-yard penalty, which will bring it up to the 50-yard line. Mountaineer marching band ready to put on their halftime performance. Being homecoming, there's over 300 alumni members of the band who will also be involved in the activity. Kickoff by Carroll, as you might think, travels all the way out of the end zone, and Boston College will start off first down and 10 from the 20-yard line. Boston College Eagles have racked up 174 yards total offense in 28 plays. Don Nehlen no doubt feels a bit better as he gets ready for halftime.
He's just done a sensational job here at West Virginia, and one heck of a guy. I'll tell you, I really like him.
Eagles throwing on first down, and again the pressure on Mike Power, and they've got him. Back at the 14-yard line, Scott Summits and Ronaldo Turnbull. It was Turnbull that had the sack on Boston College's last offensive possession that forced them into a punt. And he drops them back 6 more yards here. It'll be second down and 16. And look, the Beast of the East has arrived at Mountaineer Field. There he is.
That's Freddie, Friday the 13th, right?
That is the unofficial Beast of the East. But for many Mountaineer fans, they hope the Beast of the East title stays right here in Morgantown this season. Again, Mike Power in trouble. Lawrence Drumgoole over to make the stop. Tom Waddle makes the catch. But they'll be 2 yards shy of the initial line of scrimmage. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Showing on the second quarter clock as West Virginia calls a timeout. So, John, the Mountaineer pass rush now starting to become a factor. 3 straight plays going back to the last possession by BC that West Virginia has definitely affected the throw by Mike Power.
Those defensive linemen really teeing up now. You know, you can really improve your pass rush by your stance and the little things that you do.
Well, fans, if you've ever had a secret Mountaineer fantasy, maybe dressing up in that crazy getup, let us know about it. Go to a Key Centurion member bank location and pick up the information or call 1-800-352-2512. And you've got to do it very quickly here before Halloween. You can do something crazy like dressing up as the Beast of the East, or you can be a ball boy for a game or a ball girl or whatever you'd like to do. So the BC Eagles and quarterback Mike Power in a jam on 3rd down and 12. Power has time, and the ball is ruled incomplete. Intended there for his tight end, Mark Shimura. And the Mountaineers have held off Boston College here, and they'll have the ball back with under 2 minutes to go. 1:45 showing on the clock.
And the defense really got the crowd off their seats. There's no doubt about it. We've got some emotion in Mountaineer Field here.
David Rooney is the punter. Bad snap. Rooney gets the ball off. Grandis Bell calls for a fair catch at the 44-yard line. So West Virginia will have 56 yards to travel in 1 minute and 38 seconds if they'd like to put some more points on the board here. The Mountaineers leading it 21-12. Grandis Bell, who had the 61-yard touchdown catch to give the Mountaineers a 21-12 lead. And for all the Mountaineer fans that have braved the cold, the cool, and the damp, for all of you watching on WVOI TV 12 in Clarksburg, this Bud's for you. Cleveland Browns fan there. Did you see that, John? Bernie Kosar coming back this weekend. They'll have even more reason to cheer.
He's a long way from home.
Andre Johnson bursting up the middle as he crosses into Boston College territory down to the BC 49. Ron Perryman and Rico Lobby making the stop. A no-huddle offense now for West Virginia as Reggie Rembert and Kelvin Phillips line out to the right. Grandis Bell to the left. Second down. Harris to Grandis Bell. A good catch down to the 38.
What they'll do in a no-huddle situation, Tony, is call 2 or 3 plays, or Major will call him up there at the line of scrimmage like he is doing right now.
Completion to Grandis Bell goes for a first down, and now they'll stop play so the chain gang can get themselves reorganized. Ball on the Boston College 38-yard line. Harris again has his man, Kelvin Phillips. Steve Williams, a left cornerback, made the hit on Kelvin Phillips as the ball just went off the fingertips of the senior from Boynton Beach, Florida.
Major really laid it right in there for him on the seam pattern. Calvin just couldn't find the handle.
Plenty of time for the Mountaineers. 1 minute and 5 seconds showing on the clock. Second down and 10. Again, the Mountaineers deploying double receivers to the right, and they'll keep it on the ground as Craig Taylor bulls himself free over the 35-yard line, and it'll be marked down at the 33. Craig Taylor, who scored a touchdown back in the first quarter for West Virginia, giving him 5 on the season. Brings it down the official spot on the 32, and that'll bring up a third down and 4. 58 seconds remain here in the first half. Harris again with time, and he's got Craig Taylor. First down for West Virginia as Taylor brings it down to the 19-yard line. So the Mountaineers very effectively using up the final seconds here in the first half of play.
It's a great job by Major Harris engineering this drive, and we still have 47 seconds left.
Option, and it's Taylor. Inside the 15, he'll be ruled down at the 13-yard line. Earlier this season, as the clock continues to wind down, West Virginia marched over 80 yards in 41 seconds against the Maryland Terrapins to end the first half of play. And they'll call a timeout here with 32 seconds to go.
One thing the coaches will tell Craig Taylor on that sweep, he should have got out of bounds and stopped that clock, so we wouldn't have to use that timeout. That's one thing he'll learn here in the film session tomorrow.
Ball spotted down at the 13-yard line as Don Nealon gets together with quarterback Major Harris. Harris is having a tremendous afternoon. 9 of 12 for 168 yards through the air, and he's rushed the ball 9 times for 18 yards.
Coach Nealon will discuss with his offensive coordinator, Mike Jacobs, what's the best play for this particular situation. And Major will come up to the line. If he sees a play that may be better for that particular situation, he'll check off.
Grandis Bell comes out. Keith Wynn will go in at tight end for the Mountaineers. Second down and 4. But the real factor here is the clock. Andre Johnson has become West Virginia's 5th all-time ground gainer here with a 93-yard effort so far. Here's Major Harris looking for some more. A big hit, but the pass is caught. Rico Lobby made the stop there on Reggie Rembert. Not making Calvin Phillips. A good hold by Calvin Phillips. Clock continues to wind down. Now down to 10 seconds. Mountaineers have to throw one away, and Major Harris does with 8 seconds showing on the clock. So the Major brings them down, and Charlie Bauman will come on for a field goal attempt. There's Chuck Levinus, the holder and the third-string quarterback for the Mountaineers. They'll spot the ball on the 18-yard line, so a 28-yard attempt for Charlie Bauman. Bauman 10 of 12 in field goals this season. And Bauman's 28-yard attempt is good. So West Virginia marches down on the BC Eagles to put 3 more on the board, and they take a 24-12 lead with just 4 seconds remaining here in the first half of action. Well, Don Nehlen, I'm sure, would have liked to have the touchdown, Gar, but you've got to be happy with settling for the field goal there, the ability for your team to march the ball down there and come away with points.
That drive will definitely pay benefits later on in the season, engineering an offense, getting Major that experience of moving that offense in such a short period of time. Great job by the West Virginia offense.
Mountaineers march down 46 yards there and come away with the field goal as they build up a 12-point lead.
It's Coach Wallace. He's also the coach of the special teams. And he's in charge of all the kickoff teams, return teams, the punt team.
Capacity crowd on hand here at Mountaineer Field. A bit cool and a bit damp. Rained for most of the morning.
Steve Dunlap, an outstanding linebacker here at West Virginia.
And he's currently the Mountaineer defensive backfield coach. In his second year of coaching the defensive backs, had been coaching the outside linebackers.
Has coached here as a graduate assistant, then went to Navy as a linebacker coach.
Was a great Mountaineer linebacker.
That's right. From Hurricane, West Virginia.
Brad Carroll sets it down on the ground. Time has expired here in the first half of play. And the Mountaineers will settle for a 12-point lead at halftime. It's West Virginia 24 and the Boston College Eagles 12. Stay tuned, everyone.
And we welcome you back to Mountaineer Field. Halftime, West Virginia on top of the Boston College Eagles by a score of 24-12. I'm Tony Caridi, joined by John Garcia. And Gar, the key to make a big play is a key to a successful football team. And in that second quarter, we saw West Virginia do exactly that. The Mountaineers on a 3rd and goal from the 6-yard line have Major Harris scrambling around, and Major Harris finds Andre Johnson in the end zone for an absolutely beautiful play.
Major, this is one of the things why this guy is so effective, his ability to scramble and come up with a big play. He gets away and throws the ball deep, finds the man wide open in the end zone. Great job by Major Harris.
Andre Johnson on the completion for the touchdown. And if a scrambling Major Harris isn't good enough for you, how about a Major Harris that can just throw it as far as you want it?
This is one reason why this guy's a Heisman Trophy candidate, Tony. He really let the air out of that ball, almost 60 yards in the air.
Yeah, it was a 61-yard completion to Grannis Bell, and West Virginia on a late field goal by Charlie Bauman takes a 24-12 lead into the locker room at halftime. Stay tuned, second half action coming up, West Virginia and the Boston College Eagles.
Today's game is brought to you by Key Centurion Bank Shares, building our communities together. Your Mountaineer Chrysler Plymouth dealers, the competition knows it's the team to beat. Bud Light, everything else is just alike. U.S. Air, with flights to over 100 cities in North America. At U.S. Air, we welcome all our passengers, one at a time. Walker Machinery, your Caterpillar dealer.
Tony Caridi and John Garcia back at Mountaineer Field, all ready to begin second half action. West Virginia holding a 24-12 lead over the Boston College Eagles as West Virginia looks for its 7th consecutive victory. Take a look at the halftime numbers, John, and the most shocking of the statistics takes a look at line number 2, passing yardage. BC, the team that's supposed to come in and throw the ball and throw it with success, threw just 57 yards through the air, while West Virginia, the team that's known for its ground game, comes away with 170 yards. So a 113-yard difference in the passing yardage for West Virginia. On the Mountaineers side, rushing 132 yards, and BC with a good half by Mike Sanders, their tailback, who got the start today with 113 yards on the ground. Total yardage, West Virginia really racking it up. 302 yards in the first half. The turnovers hurt West Virginia. 1 interception and 2 fumbles, which eventually led to some Boston College points. But the Mountaineers leading by 12 points, 24-12 here as we get set for second half of action. Andre Johnson is coming close to a 100-yard effort. He's got 96 yards so far. Johnson on 16 carries, getting the start this afternoon because of the hamstring injury to A.B. Brown. And on the other side for Boston College, Mike Sanders with 63 yards on 11 carries. Brad Carroll set to kick it off for West Virginia. Andre Green and Tracy Giles are back deep for the Boston College Eagles. Carroll's kick taken by Giles at the 4. Giles brought down over at the 22-yard line. A good job by the Mountaineer kick return unit. Teddy Kester, number 53, and Chuck Levinus in to make the stop on Tracy Giles, a senior out of East Douglas, Massachusetts.
A great job by the West Virginia kickoff team that time. Their objective is to hold the opposing team to the 25-yard line. That time, the ball spotted at the 22.
Mike Power will stay in at quarterback for Boston College. He struggled in the first half of play, completing just 4 of 13 passes. And Mike Sanders gets the call on first down and 10. Chris Parker making the stop on Sanders. Well, the Boston College Eagles were held to just 2 field goals a week ago against the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Here this afternoon, they have scored a touchdown, that coming on a 63-yard jaunt by fullback Ed Toner. But other than that, the BC Eagles and their high-powered passing attack have been pretty much squelched. On second down, the ball is intercepted by Willie Edwards. Edwards crossing over the 15-yard line, and he'll be ruled out at the 19. Willie Edwards picks the pass off from Mike Power, and the Mountaineers start off the second half with a big-time play by the senior from Morgantown, West Virginia, number 47, Willie Edwards.
Great job by the Morgantown native, Willie Edwards. Plenty of time for Power. This is exactly what the Mountaineers work on, tip drill. In practice, Willie has a heads-up play and gets the ball upfield.
Power was looking for his favorite receiver, Tom Waddle, and Edwards came over and picked it off. So the Mountaineers starting off from the 22-yard line in BC territory, and Andre Johnson brings it ahead for a 2-yard gain. Johnson now with 98 yards on 17 carries, and Andre Johnson closing in on his second straight 100-yard afternoon. Don Nealon's got to feel good about that turn of events here to start off this second half. Quarterback Major Harris firing 170 yards through the air on 10 of 14 passing in the first half. The option freeze play by Harris. Good job by the Boston College defense, and Harris will keep. Major chased out at the 9-yard line, and that'll be a first down and goal for the Mountaineers. That's the extra abstract value that a quarterback like Major Harris can give you. When the pass isn't there, he can tuck it under and run with the best quarterbacks in the country. So West Virginia looking to bust this one open. 13 minutes and 38 seconds to go, third quarter. Harris on the option. He's got the seam. And the touchdown. Major Harris runs it in from 9 yards away, scoring his 4th touchdown of the season and giving West Virginia a 30-12 lead with 13:32 to go here in the third quarter.
West Virginia on the base option, really stretching out that defensive secondary for Boston College. Major Harris and his ability to turn that thing upfield on a dime sneaks into the end zone.
The senior out of Erie, Pennsylvania, Charlie Bauman with an extra point, and it is good, and West Virginia takes a 31-12 lead as they convert off the interception by Willie Edwards. Boston College had to feel somewhat good about their chances in this game. They were still in it, but Willie Edwards comes up with the interception. West Virginia marches 22 yards in 3 plays, and they open it up to a 31-12 lead here with 13 minutes and 32 seconds to go, third quarter of play.
Give credit to the West Virginia team and their ability to capitalize on a Boston College mistake. That interception and the ability to put that ball in the end zone. A great job by West Virginia offense.
Brad Carroll had been handling the kickoffs for West Virginia, and now Charlie Bauman will get a try. Major Harris is just having himself a tremendous afternoon. A year ago, he worked himself up with 208 yards of total offense against Boston College, 156 passing and 52 rushing. Well, so far here this afternoon, Major Harris has thrown the ball for 170 yards, and he's rushed for 38. So he is exactly where he was a year ago against Boston College. A lot more football to play. Giles on the kickoff return, brings it ahead to the 22-yard line. Teddy Kester again making the stop for the Mountaineers. It took just 37 seconds as West Virginia converts on the interception by Willie Edwards. A 9-yard touchdown run by Major Harris. So Harris now with 4 touchdowns on the ground this season. And he threw one back in the first half, so he's got 5 touchdowns passing and 4 touchdowns rushing. Power looking for a big play here. Lawrence Drumgoole batted the ball down there. Tom Waddle had a chance for a second effort on the catch as it falls incomplete. Lawrence Drumgoole seeing quite a bit of playing time this afternoon in place of West Virginia starter Bo Orlando, that strong safety.
That was an absolutely super drop by Drumgoole that time, Tony, sitting right in that curl zone and breaking on the football. Great job.
Mike Power now 4 of 15 passing. They'll keep it on the ground. Mike Sanders on the carry.
Number 34, Mike Sanders.
Ahead to the 35. That'll be a 3-yard pickup. Chris Parker made the stop there on Mike Sanders. Sanders getting the start this afternoon, rushed for 63 yards in the first half. As mentioned, starter Jim Bell and second-string tailback Tim Frazier both stayed home in Boston because of injuries. And those 2 gentlemen accounted for over 70% of Boston College's total rushing this season. So a big loss in the backfield. Sanders trying to make it up. And here's a big play to make it up as Tom Waddle had the completion, and they'll call it a complete pass, fumbled it, but got it back. That'll be a first down for the Eagles. Dale Jackson, outside linebacker, coming back to make the stop on Waddle. There's a flag down on the play. This penalty will go against West Virginia. Tremendous hands there by Tom Waddle.
Waddle played at the outstanding Cincinnati
Defensive
Moeller
holding,
High School in
15
Cincinnati.
yards, 10 yards, and a first down.
So add 10 more yards onto the play. A defensive holding call. against the Mountaineers. So the ball spotted at the 38-yard line. This should bring it up to the 48. "12 minutes and 41 seconds to go here in the third quarter play as they sorted out just the second penalty of the afternoon against West Virginia. Boston College has committed just one. 15-yard roughing the passer call on Major Harris's 61-yard touchdown strike to Grannis Bell. Well, the officials are huddling up on this one. Ball spotted now at the 41-yard line. And that's where they'll leave it, at the 41. Howard to pass on first down and 10, and he's got his man, Mike Sanders, out of the backfield, and he's pushed out at the 50-yard line. A 9-yard pickup, and Theron Ellis over there to make the stop on Mike Sanders. That's his first catch out of the backfield this afternoon.
One thing that's surprising, Tony, is we haven't seen Coach Bicknell throw that ball down the field too often today. And he's well known for that.
Yeah, they came in saying that they would throw as much as 50 times, but they threw just 13 passes in the first half. They're going to have to pass a lot here. The fullback, Ed Toner, has the first down as he brings it into West Virginia territory. Knocked down to the 44-yard line. Willie Edwards and Steve Grant made the stop on Ed Toner, junior out of Swampscott, Massachusetts. Had the 63-yard touchdown run back in the first quarter of action. First down and 10 for the Eagles. Lawrence Drumgoole staying in there at the strong safety position for West Virginia. So Bo Orlando is out with that injury. Power again finds his man over the middle. It's complete to Marcus Cherry down to the 26-yard line. Darrell Whitmore back on the coverage for West Virginia.
Again, Boston College doing a good job with the controlled passing game, finding the weakness in the open receiver and getting that ball in the seam.
18-yard pickup there for Marcus Cherry. 2 catches now for him, 41 yards on the afternoon. Senior out of Washington, D.C. The Eagles are marching in on West Virginia territory. Power again to throw on first down. Looking for his favorite receiver, Waddle, and the pass is overthrown. Willie Edwards on the coverage of Tom Waddle. And that will bring up second down.
Boston College in a 4 wide receiver set that time with 1 back in the backfield.
Tom Waddle returns to that Boston College huddle. He's on track to become Boston College's all-time leading receiver. That's a record held by Darren Flutie, who's now in the NFL with the San Diego Chargers. Second down and 10. Power again tries it over the middle. David Lockwood on the coverage. Pass intended for Andre Green.
Great job by the West Virginia defense that time. They were in half coverage with a man under. So everybody had a safety backing them up, and the linebackers were in man.
That'll bring up third down and 10 for Mike Power and the BC Eagles. Senior out of Westboro, Massachusetts. Pressure is on, and Ronaldo Turnbull catches up with Mike Power once again. That's the 3rd sack of the afternoon for number 87, Ronaldo Turnbull. Obvious passing situation, and West Virginia came a-running.
When this guy rushes the passer, I mean, he comes. He's so darn big, and that leverage, he just makes opposing quarterbacks shiver.
7-yard loss on the play, bringing up a 4th down and 17.
The amazing thing about it, Tony, is this guy wasn't even a starter coming into the year.
Boston College will go for it on 4th down and 17. Powers got his man, but not the necessary yardage for the first down. Lawrence Drumgoole making the stop. And the Mountaineers will take the ball over on downs. So the sack by Ronaldo Turnbull forces Boston College to go for it on 4th down, and West Virginia will take over. 1st down and 10 from the 22.5-yard line. Mountaineers have things going their way. You see there, averaging 470 yards of total offense this season. So far this afternoon, 323 yards. Andre Johnson. Ahead to the 25, and that will be a 100-yard afternoon for Andre Johnson. He had 98 going into that carry, and now Andre Johnson has hit for 100 yards. Here's Mike Fox, number 61 for the Mountaineers, defensive tackle. His unit doing a tremendous job pressuring quarterback Mike Power. Andre Johnson has 100 yards this afternoon. That's the 6th time he's done that as a Mountaineer. Harris on the option keep. Head to the 33-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd down and 5. Mike Saylor making a stop on the major. There's Bo Orlando. Now, he hasn't been playing in the game, and he doesn't seem to be in any serious pain. Matter of fact, he's doing a little coaching over there on the sideline.
This guy got some big arms, doesn't he? A 425-pound bench presser.
Former high school quarterback in Berwick, Pennsylvania. 3rd down and 4. Harris looks for Reggie Rembert, and Rembert cannot hold on. Go 4th down facing West Virginia, and Lance Carrion will be called on to punt for just the 2nd time this afternoon. And how do you like that? A little Mountaineer fan watching on the action here this afternoon. Carrion's first punt, a 45-yarder, and he really squibs this one off the side of his foot, but it takes a big West Virginia bounce. Marcus Cherry from the 28-yard line. A late flag comes down, and I think you're going to get a clip. Contact made by Joe DeFranco, a reserve defensive back for Boston College, as the ball was blown dead. And that's what it is. Carrion's punt, although not pretty, traveled 42 yards.
If Boston College is going to stay in this game, Tony, this is going to be a big drive.
5 first downs.
So the Eagles start stepping back. 8 minutes and 59 seconds to go here, 3rd quarter of action. West Virginia on top by 19 points. We'll be back right after this. Boston College will start off from the 21-yard line, 1st down and 10. The Eagles trailing, and Mike Power forced again into a throwing situation. Power on the bad ankle, chased out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Deron Ellis over there to escort Mike Power out of bounds. Power is anything but a rushing threat. 17 carries this season for minus 20 yards.
The coaching staff wasn't too concerned about Power's ability to run the ball. In fact, they were more concerned about their backup quarterback, Willie Hicks, and his ability to run the option.
And the way things are going here for Boston College, we might see Willie Hicks in the ball game. 2nd down and 5. Waddle wide open, cannot make the catch. Tom Waddle had an 8-yard lead on his closest West Virginia defender, Willie Edwards, but the pass was just overthrown.
Waddle usually makes those type circus catches. Things just aren't going his way today.
Waddle had 3 catches in the first half of play. In fact, he's caught at least 1 pass in 21 straight games. Third down and 5. On the I formation. Power has his tight end, Mark Shimura, for the 1st down. Out at the 49-yard line. A big play there for Boston College as they keep their drive alive. Willie Edwards and Daryl Whitmore on the coverage. Big number 89, Mark Shimura.
It was a play-action pass A nice throw and catch by Boston College. West Virginia is a man coverage. Didn't get no help from the free safety.
Chamorro, the third leading receiver on the Boston College Eagles. That's his 17th catch of the season. Mike Sanders gets the call on first down and 10. Pushes ahead for a 3-yard gain. Number 93, Dale Jackson, senior out of Canton, Ohio, made the stop on Mike Sanders. To give you an idea of how heavily the pass game is emphasized for Boston College, they've scored 15 touchdowns this season, and 9 of those 15 have come on pass receptions to either Marcus Cherry, who's in motion there, or Tom Waddle. Howard, second down and 7. As Waddle over the middle, and Darrell Whitmore spins him down at the 36. First down for Boston College as the BC passing attack completes 2 straight.
Boston College with plenty of time to throw the ball. That time West Virginia lacked a little bit of pass rush, and you see Waddle, it was a drag pattern, and he broke the seam and came back to the outside. We said this guy runs excellent patterns, and that was a great job.
Waddle takes a breather. Marcus Cherry lining up far to the left-hand side. Again, power over the middle, and the pass is complete. A 9-yard pickup. Brett Chico, reserve tight end for the Eagles, makes his first catch of the season.
This is where Mike Power is really at its best with a controlled passing game, hitting the 5 or 8-yard curl, doing the little things. He doesn't have the ability to make the big play like Major Harris.
Eagles started this drive off at their own 21-yard line. They're on the 26 of the Mountaineers now on first down and 10. Sanders with a hole down to the 15-yard line. A first down for the Eagles. Lawrence Drumgoole makes the stop, but not before Sanders comes away with a first down, and we've got an injured Mountaineer on the play. Take another look, John.
You know, when we talked about this drive, Tony, when it started, we said that it would be very important for Boston College if they were to hang in there to establish something. They've been picking at us here and there, and at that time they slipped in a sprint draw.
Robert Pickett, outside linebacker for West Virginia, is the injured man. Down back at the 33-yard line. 7 minutes and 8 seconds to go here in the third quarter of action. West Virginia 31 and Boston College 12. Trainers John Spiker and Greg Ott taking a look at the knee of Robert Pickett. And Pickett looks to be okay.
A lot of the players, Tony, particularly the defensive, offensive linemen, wear knee braces. And there, if you look real close, you could see that Pickett had a knee brace on, and that prevents a lot of those knee injuries. Sort of like a hinge that swivels up and down.
Now Boston College marching in on West Virginia. They've evened up the first downs. West Virginia now with 3 more. And a little option. Here comes Mike Sanders. And Sanders is in for the touchdown. Six minutes and 57 seconds show on the third quarter clock as Mike Sanders rushes it in for the touchdown.
A great job by Boston College in their play selection. Obviously, there's a mistake or an error on the West Virginia defense because there was nobody on the pitch. Remember, last week we talked about assignment football and how West Virginia played against East Carolina.
Sanders' first touchdown of the season. And Brian Lowe is on for the extra point attempt. His last try turned into a 2-point conversion attempt on a high snap. And this one is good. And Boston College now trails the Mountaineers 31-19 with 6 minutes and 57 seconds to go. Third quarter of play from Mountaineer Field. Head coach Don Nealon and his West Virginia Mountaineers with a 31-19 lead here in the third quarter of play. Tony Caridi along with John Garcia. Well, the Boston College Eagles coming off a very impressive drive as they march 79 yards in 8 plays, using up 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Mike Sanders scoring his first touchdown of the season on a 14-yard run.
Obviously, Tony, the option is not a large portion of the Boston College offense, because I don't think that they want to have that quarterback run the ball very much, since he is this backup quarterback.
Well, BC definitely within striking range with their passing attack. Down by 12 points. Ryan Lowe's kickoff. Bounces out of bounds, and they'll have to do it over. Jamie Lamont over for West Virginia there, number 15. Crowd here this afternoon, 63,145. Braving the cool, damp conditions at Mountaineer Field, so a tremendous crowd on hand. Hey, fans, don't forget Mountaineer Sports Night next Friday evening on MSN Television. Host Woody O'Hara will look at today's highlights, talk with head coach Don Nealon, and preview the Penn State game. Mountaineer Sports Night loaded with features, information, and anything you could want to know about Mountaineer football. Consult your local listings for the time in your area. And there's one of the 63,145 making the trip into Mountaineer Field this afternoon. Next week's Penn State game is already a sellout. Syracuse, soon to be a sellout. So if you don't have your tickets yet, make sure you get them soon.
They're going faster than buckwheat cakes in Preston County.
Yeah, you're not kidding. 5 yards back at the 30. Brian Lowe will try it again. Eugene Napoleon is the deep man for the Mountaineers. Keeps this one on the ground and taken by one of the up men. Again, it's Jeff Price. There's the big guy. Moving it ahead to the 42-yard line. Well, I bet Jeff Price never thought that he would have more kickoff returns in one game than Jamie Lamont or
There's no doubt
Eugene
about
Napoleon.
that. The guys will have a lot of fun with that this week.
Big Jeff Price. Toss to the head up to the 42-yard line. That's where Major Harris and the crew will start off. Major on the option toss to Andre Johnson. And a penalty flag goes down. We've got a clip on the play as Andre Johnson was pushed down at the 45. Brandis Bell was out there on the option and tried to make the block, but got caught behind the BC defender. There you see it. Number 2, Steve Williams, getting pushed from behind. 6 minutes and 44 seconds to go, third quarter of action. You know, John, we were talking about the rain, and when we came on the air here, the rain was not falling, but it was a very heavy rain in the early morning hours, a rain that the new OmniTurf surface at Mountaineer Field really has sucked up, and footing was a bit of a problem early on, but right now it looks to be a very dry surface.
Right, Mike Power had some problems there at the beginning of the game, slipping twice, and I would say he probably changed his shoes. The equipment manners do carry a number of different type of spikes to help them with their traction.
Penalty, a costly one for West Virginia. It's first down and 22. Harris to Calvin Phillips. And Phillips pushed out at the 36-yard line, and now a flag comes down on a late hit. Number 2, Steve Williams, made a late hit over on the play. Mike Saylor over there as well, as Phillips got an extra pop, and that'll be a personal foul penalty against Boston College. So penalties on consecutive plays, and Boston College now will really pay the price here.
Dead ball foul, 15 yards, on the defense, automatic first down.
So on the penalty, the Mountaineers will have the ball inside Boston College territory, down to the 49-yard line.
Now, we talked about Boston College being hot and cold all season. They've been very hot and cold just within this game. particularly that last drive.
First down and 10. Andre Johnson stacked up and pushed back. Good play there defensively for Boston College by David Moore, reserve defensive tackle. Read the play nicely, and Johnson really had nowhere to go. Andre Johnson now becomes the 4th Mountaineer tailback this season. Rush for over 100 yards as we get a look there at Willie Edwards, who had a big interception to start off the second half. Second down and 12. Harris in trouble. And Major Harris picks up a couple yards on the play. Some extracurricular activity over there on the West Virginia sideline. Penalty marker has been thrown.
Oh, boys will be boys.
Kevin Pearson came over, making the stop on Major Harris. BC coach Jack Bicknell is on the field, standing right at the West Virginia emblem, if you take a look.
Dead ball foul, personal foul, both teams, no penalty.
And a penalty that really means nothing.
This West Virginia team gets very emotional whenever anybody puts a shot on Major Harris, particularly a shot that they feel that is not in the constraints of the rules. They just love this guy.
You've got to guard the gold, buddy.
No doubt about that. You got to dance with the horse that brung you, too.
That's right. So offsetting penalties will bring up a 3rd down and 10 facing West Virginia. And what's been a rather sloppy series. We've had 4 penalties in this series alone. Take a look there at number 72 in the huddle for West Virginia. That's Jack Lynn, seeing his first action since coming back from a knee sprain suffered several weeks ago. So Lynn in at the left tackle spot. Harris on 3rd and 10. Looking for Reggie Rembert. No, Kelvin Phillips, and he makes a beautiful catch. Harris again comes up with a big play on 3rd down and 10 to Kelvin Phillips, and they'll spot the ball at the 5-yard line.
This is why you guard the goal, Tony. Just an absolutely perfect throw by Major Harris. Calvin Phillips with a super catch.
Harris absolutely threads the pass perfectly.
He just has so many tools, Tony, and that's why he's a Heisman Trophy candidate. He can run. He can run the option. He can sit back in the pocket and find an open receiver.
Andre Johnson on 1st and goal inside of the 2-yard line.
You know, if you're an opposing defensive coordinator, how do you prepare for this guy? You have to prepare for the option. You have to prepare for the straight drop back pass. And you only have 2 days to get everything ready.
A true signal of West Virginia's depth is being put through right here. You take a look at the offensive line. It's primarily reserves. Jack Lynn, Dale Wolfley, Brian Hendricks. 2nd and goal from the 2. Harris will be held back at the 1-yard line. Mike Saylor, the inside linebacker, makes the stop on Major Harris. As Major held and held and held and was waiting for that seam to open up, but a great job there by number 91, Mike Saylor, in on the pursuit.
That's an excellent observation on the backup offensive line. I can remember back in the Bowling Green, Tony, we kind of looked at each other funny when every 3rd series we had a different offensive line. This is where it pays off.
3rd and goal. Andre Johnson leaps in for the score. The senior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is having an afternoon he will never forget. Andre Johnson with his second touchdown of the afternoon.
It would certainly be interesting if your backup tailback was drafted, wouldn't it, Tony?
Well, the way he's going right now, he's going to get some looks from the NFL. Charlie Bauman's extra point is good, and West Virginia opens up a 38-19 lead over the BC Eagles. A big play in that drive, of course, Calvin Phillips. A 43-yard catch from Major Harris, and the West Virginia passing game that at sometimes this season has been criticized for not being fancy enough or not being used enough is really in fine shape this afternoon. Major Harris, 12 of 17 for 219 yards. So that's Harris's best passing afternoon of the season. He threw for 205 against Virginia Tech, but now a 219-yard effort here today.
You know, a lot of us don't realize, Tony, Coach Nealon's philosophy is to utilize what the opposing team gives you. If the option works one day, utilize the option. If the straight drop back pass goes, go with the straight drop back pass.
Fans, the Mountaineers will be playing 2 more home games this season. Next week's game against Penn State, a sellout, but you've still got a chance to buy yourself a ticket for Syracuse and West Virginia coming up on November the 19th. If you'd like to order tickets, call 1-800-352-2512 or go to any Key Centurion Bank ticket outlet or reliable mortgage location in the state of West Virginia. So the Mountaineers with a 19-point lead. And the kickoff will be held back into the end zone. A touchback. Boston College will have it 1st and 10 from their 20-yard line with 4 minutes and 9 seconds to go here in the third quarter of play. West Virginia's scoring drive using up 4 minutes and 50 seconds, 8 plays, 58 yards, and Andre Johnson flying in from 1 yard away for his second touchdown of the afternoon. Johnson caught that touchdown pass from Major Harris on an absolutely beautiful play in the first half when Harris scrambled all over, it seemed, for forever and came up with a touchdown catch. So Mike Power trying to work his BC Eagles back into this one. Hits Tom Waddle. And the senior out of Cincinnati, Ohio, brings it up ahead to the 29-yard line. Preston Waters making the stop. Waddle now with 6 catches for 57 yards.
Things have been pretty quiet today for Chris Herring as a middle linebacker. With this controlled passing game, Boston College is kind of picking here and there.
Power looking to throw 2nd and 1. And Preston Waters had the best shot at that one, but underthrown. Power looking there between Andre Green and his tight end, Mark Shimura. So the Eagles now a passing team, yes, but now they're being forced into the pass, and that only allows West Virginia's defense, John, to play back and expect that pass, put an extra man back there.
That's right. We'll probably see a lot of 5 deep and man coverage.
Sanders on the carry. He's got the first down. Ahead to the 34-yard line. Steve Grant, number 4, and Darrell Whitmore making the stop on Mike Sanders.
Steve Grant, one of the only freshmen not to be redshirted, is going to be a name that West Virginia fans are going to hear for quite a long time and on the middle linebacker slot.
And they've got Power again. Ronaldo Turnbull and Lonnie Brockman get a hold of Mike Power.
It gets to the point, this part of the game, Tony, that those defensive linemen, they can really tee off because they know it's going to be a pass. You don't really have to play your responsibilities. You can just pin your ears back and go get it.
Lonnie Brockman, junior out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. A 9-yard loss on the play, so it's 2nd down and 19. Sanders lining himself up as a receiver. Toner, the ball carrier, gets ahead to the 25-yard line. Chris Herring makes the stop. 2 minutes and 20 seconds and counting here in the third quarter. West Virginia leads it 38-19. The Mountaineers have been scoring points in the dozens ever since last year's 49-0 victory over East Carolina back on October the 3rd of 1987. West Virginia is averaging 45 points a game at home. And they're headed towards 45 again this afternoon. Again, Power under pressure, looking for Waddle, open, and a catch by Waddle, incomplete. Waddle looked to have the possession of the ball, but apparently fell out of bounds. But you got a good look there of what Tom Waddle can do, Gar.
We had said this guy has the ability to make the circus catch, a super catch, just couldn't keep his feet in the end from going out of bounds.
David Rooney will punt on 4th down and 20 as Grannis Bell stands back at the West Virginia 35-yard line. Bell's kick, Rooney's kick, I should say, down back at the 48-yard line. So the Mountaineer defense holds, and West Virginia will have tremendous field position here with 1 minute and 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Mountaineer fans, a capacity crowd of over 63,000, stand on their feet and applaud the Mountaineers.
And Major Harris.
That punt by Rooney going for just 26 yards. Mountaineers have scored 14 points here in the third quarter. And Major Harris, with 219 yards through the air so far, looks for some more. Andre Johnson is the tailback. Harris looking for more. Major in the Boston College territory. Harris down at the 41-yard line. An 8-yard pickup for the Major.
This guy is just amazing, Tony, and his ability to make the big play. I mean, there was nothing there, and all of a sudden he gets a first down out of it. Super job again and again and again by Major Harris.
Now the Mountaineers will have the first down on the 11-yard pickup by the Major. That's where he was ruled out at the 41. So Harris now with 55 yards on the ground, 200 yards through the air, and Andre Johnson working on a 100-yard afternoon. Picks up another 3. Stephen Jordan coming over to make the stop. Andre Johnson has 2 touchdowns in the ball game, over 100 yards. Earlier in the game, when he crossed over the 88th yard of his performance, he became West Virginia's 5th all-time leading ground gainer, a feat that will, in years in the record books, will be kind of passed by, but a feat that should long be remembered, for Andre Johnson has never been a regular starter.
Great. He surpassed Dwayne Woods, former West Virginia running back.
Andre Johnson down to the 31-yard line, and he'll be close to the first down. David Johnson and Ed Duran making the stop. Under a minute to go now in the third quarter. Bob Kovac, West Virginia's right guard, is injured and down on one knee as Mountaineer chain gang comes out. They'll make a measurement. Number 55, Bob Kovac, senior out of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. And the Mountaineers have the first down. No place like home for the West Virginia Mountaineers. Now, the road wasn't too bad. West Virginia won 3 straight road games. First time they've done that since 1904. And they come back, and they're looking strong this afternoon.
You were about 3 years old then, Tony, or?
Just a small young child, yeah. Harris will keep. And Harris down to the 28-yard line. Steve Williams making the stop on Major Harris.
It certainly looks like that West Virginia benefited from the week layoff. The coaches have the ability to go back and do some self-scouting. So what they'll do is break down all the films and see where their tendencies have leaning, so they can go back and reverse those trends.
Well, the third quarter of play comes to an end. West Virginia will switch sides of the field, leading it 38-19. Tony Correa, John Garcia back at Mountaineer Field, 38-19. West Virginia outscoring the Boston College Eagles 14-7 in the third quarter of play. And the Mountaineers will start off this fourth quarter of action with excellent field position. The ball will be on the 27-yard line, a second down and 7 facing the Mountaineers.
I'm sure the official there was saying, hey guys, this is the fourth quarter. Let's have a nice clean game and finish this game with class.
There have been several personal foul penalties, late hits, roughing the passer on one occasion. Bob Kovac out at right guard, and Dale Wolfley is in for West Virginia. Single man in the backfield is Aaron Evans. Stays in to block. Harris. First down to Grannis Bell. And the senior out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, has another catch. Eric Lindstrom, the outside linebacker, makes the stop on Bell. And they'll spot it at the 13-yard line. So far in the ball game, West Virginia racking up 402 yards in total offense. Boston College with 226. Mountaineers come into the game averaging 470 yards of total offense. So they're on line to keep that average up. First and 10 for West Virginia from the 13. Harris. Touchdown, West Virginia. Major Harris from 13 yards away scores his second touchdown of the afternoon. And the Mountaineers lead it 44-19.
Again, West Virginia on the base option now. Major Harris is coming down horizontally on the line of scrimmage, and he stretches that defense way out. And what that does, that creates big seams. Then all of a sudden, Major Harris has the ability to get that ball upfield on a dime. That's exactly what he did. Another great job by Major Harris.
Charlie Bauman's extra point is good, and West Virginia takes a 45-19 lead with 14 minutes and 29 seconds remaining here in the fourth quarter of play. Well, John, the Mountaineers have hit their average there, averaging 45 points per game at home in their last 13 games.
Tony, I was upstairs, and there was a Penn State scout sitting up there. Now, he has to be awful nervous with the ability of West Virginia to put points on the board.
But as you know, John, Penn State is Penn State.
No doubt about that.
And West Virginia has only beaten the Nittany Lions once in the 1980s. Back in 1984, Joe Paterno's club lost here at Mountaineer Field. Many people look back to that 1984 season as a mirror image of what's happening here in 1988. Mountaineers beat the Boston College Eagles on October the 20th, 1984. Doug Flutie's Heisman Trophy year. West Virginia hung on for a 21-20 victory. And the following weekend, Penn State came in. The Mountaineers able to scratch away with a victory in that game. And for 2 straight weeks, West Virginia was the beast of the East. And 2 straight weeks, the goalpost in Mountaineer Field came tumbling down. But what followed were 3 out of 4 games lost, and West Virginia went from 7-1 to 7-4 real quick.
There's no doubt that any team that is remaining on this schedule has the ability to beat you. It's what you come out for that particular day and how well you play.
Charlie Bauman's kickoff, angled over to the right. And it's taken by Ed Toner, fullback for the Eagles, and a penalty marker goes down on a late hit.
The officials are going to be very cautious now, Tony. You know, with a call which they may go either way in the first quarter, they're not going to let things get out of control here.
Take a look at the late hit. There's Darren Fulton making the stop, and the late hit applied by number 38 of West Virginia. That's Dave Sprouse, reserve inside linebacker.
Dead ball foul, late hit, personal foul on the defense, 15 yards, first down.
Mountaineers covering 51 yards in 6 plays for their touchdown, 13 yards away on Major Harris's run, his second TD on the ground this afternoon. Harris has also thrown a touchdown to Andre Johnson. Rain starts coming now. Power on 1st and 10. Has Waddle, and Waddle is down to the 46-yard line. Elvoyd Mays over on the coverage. That's Waddle's 6th catch of the afternoon. 65 yards in the air on receptions for Tom Waddle.
Last year, he had 5 games that he caught 5 passes in.
Had a 13-catch performance this season against TCU. Mike Sanders on 2nd down and 2. Closes in on the 1st down marker. Chris Parker over to make the stop. The 45 points scored by West Virginia here this afternoon represent the highest point total that Boston College has given up this season. USC scored 34 against them, TCU 31, and the Pitt Panthers 31. West Virginia with 45 on the board, and we still got 13 minutes and 43 seconds to play as the rain gear starts to come out in full force here at Mountaineer Field.
Boston College has been struggling all year defensively. Their strong point is their secondary coverage. And anytime you have your free safety as a second leading tackler on the team, you have problems up front.
Eagles have the 1st down.
There's Coach Shaw. You'll notice that he has a yellow jacket on, and all the other coaches have a blue jacket on. That's so the middle linebacker can see him and pick that out more quickly on the defensive calls.
Sanders again on the carry. And Ronaldo Turnbull makes the stop, pushing him over the 40-yard line. Sanders has got himself a 100-yard afternoon. That's the 2nd in his Boston College career. He's got 110 yards on 20 carries. So a good performance by Mike Sanders, who a week ago was the 3rd-string tailback. Injuries to Jim Bell and Tim Frazier put Sanders in the starting role, and he's responded very well. 1 touchdown and 110 yards. Power in trouble, and Teddy Kester makes the stop. Down to the 39-yard line. That'll bring up 3rd down for Boston College. There's Greg Jones, transfer out of the University of Miami. And we'll probably see him on West Virginia's next possession.
He's saying that they don't have weather like this down in Miami.
He said, I've never wore one of these turtlenecks before, but this stuff you've got to. Jones is a tremendous passer. Power on 3rd down and 6, and again Turnbull makes the one-handed throwdown of Mike Power. What an afternoon Ronaldo Turnbull is having. The outside linebacker from St. Thomas and the Virgin Islands.
Well, there's no question who's going to be the defensive champion this week. Just play after play, this guy comes up with a big play.
Penalty marker is down, however, as Turnbull got his hand up on the shoulder and the face mask of Mike Power.
$15 yards, face mask on the defense, and that's a 1st down.
And they'll call it an intentional face mask penalty. It can either be 5 or 15, and Don Nealon said if it was anything, it was 5.
You know, Tony, we've seen that call numerous times this year at Pitt and here. And I just don't make any sense out of it. You know, nobody grabs the face mask intentionally. It's very subjective. I just kind of disagree with that rule.
Well, nonetheless, it's 15 yards against the Mountaineers, and the ball spotted on the 31 in West Virginia territory. Here they come again, and this time no penalties, but another sack. Lawrence Drumgoole, strong safety, came in on the blitz. And he makes the sack of Mike Power, and now we've got a pushing match going on downfield. And tempers are flaring here. Robert Pickett involved in that push-off down there. No flag flew, so that was resolved without a penalty.
Again, Bob Shaw pinning the West Virginia ears back and just going after him with a strong safety game. A great call by Bob Shaw.
Second down and 16 here. And they go to Sanders, and Sanders bursts it ahead to the 30-yard line. That'll bring up third down and long. Don Nealon.
He'll get you fired up now, Tony.
Straightening things up on the sidelines. Very low-keyed, very hospitable, and very calm and patient off the field, but on the field, Don Nealon's another guy. And you have to be in a contact sport like football. Third down and 7. Power. Intended for Mark Shimura, the tight end, and Lawrence Drumgoole over on the coverage. And that will bring up fourth down for Boston College. Shimura had a big catch back in the third quarter of play, going for 23 yards. He's got 2 catches this afternoon.
You know, Tony, when you talk about Don Nealon, he has a special place in my heart. My senior year, I was unable to play football because of an injury, and he said, hey, big guy, you're not going anywhere. You're going to finish your degree and graduate. And I owe him for that.
Fourth down and 7. Power meets up with Basil Proctor, and Chris Herring, number 99, Basil Proctor, made the initial hit. And much like last year against the Eagles, West Virginia is just basically putting the pressure on at will. And Boston College will turn the ball over. There's number 99, Basil Proctor, untouched, coming in from his inside backer position. And he meets up face-to-face with Mike Power. Boston College trailing 45-19. Mountaineers starting off first and 10 from the 38-yard line. And a little trickery. Here comes Reggie Rembert with one man to beat. And the ball pops loose. Take a look at this. West Virginia recovers it, but penalty flags are down. Flags thrown back near the line of scrimmage. That ball bounded 25 yards.
We can almost bet it's a clip there, Tony, on a crackback.
Jack Lynn, their number 72, finally tracked the ball down.
Heck of a way to gain yardage.
And it will be a clip against West Virginia.
That's a difficult block for that wide receiver on a crackback like that, because it just had a natural tendency for that lineman to turn his back on him.
Don't say nothing.
Bill Kurlavich and Bob Shaw, defensive coaches for West Virginia.
Flipping on the offense, 15 yards. Repeat the down.
What Kurlav is probably telling those guys, hey, don't lose your intensity and your enthusiasm, but let's play with some class here. I'm sure he's not putting in those words, but very close. Knowing
something to the effect.
Yeah.
Mountaineers from their 35-yard line. First down and 13, motion. Number 52 there for Boston College, Jim Beestick, came off the ball, but he was drawn off there by Scott Parker. Greg Jones continuing to warm up.
He's going to be worn out.
Yeah, sophomore out of Miami, Florida. Transferred into West Virginia a season ago from the University of Miami. Eugene Napoleon on the carry. And Napoleon ahead to the 33. Kevin Pearson right outside linebacker, made the stop on Eugene Napoleon. Errol Whitmore, number 11, and Bo Orlando. Taking in the action, the West Virginia defense has held Boston College to just 19 points here in the fourth quarter.
Bo is one of the 4 married West Virginia players on the team.
Second down and 15. And Adrian Moss now ruled the play incomplete. Big Adrian Moss, who had 5 catches against East Carolina, apparently trapped the ball. That'll bring up third down and 15 for the Mountaineers with 9 minutes to go in the ball game. Good call. Wasn't trapped, but it bounced underneath Adrian Moss. So another passing situation. And the option freeze by the Mountaineers. Harris looking for Calvin Phillips. And he makes the catch. A first down for the Mountaineers to the Boston College 36-yard line. Calvin Phillips pulled the ball away from Steve Williams, the left cornerback.
When things go your way, they certainly go your way. Major Harris on the reverse option comes down, and when he comes off the line, that freezes that free safety. A super catch.
Fourth catch of the afternoon for Calvin Phillips for 83 yards. Phillips has caught 4 balls, that one going for 34. Eugene Napoleon. Back to the 35, and that'll be a 1-yard pickup. Andy Clare, nose guard, number 98, made the stop on Napoleon.
It seems like all the receivers get a little taste of sugar each game. Adrian Moss last week, Grannis Bell, Calvin Phillips, Jamie.
These guys look like they're ready to go hold up a bank.
It's like 2 sheiks.
But I think the identification from the teller would be quite easy. They had blue helmets with the logo.
From Florida.
Yeah. That's Bell in motion on second down and 8. And Harris picks up a yard. Peter Gray, the defensive tackle, number 96, makes the stop. Under 8 minutes to go as the clock continues to wind down. Major Harris now with 264 yards passing.
You'll notice on the back of Major's helmet, things are starting to fill up with all those muskets. Heck, after this game, they won't have any room.
Mountaineer musket is awarded to a Mountaineer player for good play. And Major Harris has had plenty of that. Again, the Mountaineers throwing on third down and 7, looking for Reggie Rembert. Rembert makes the catch. Touchdown for the Mountaineers from 35 yards away. Penalty flag was down. I believe we're going to get defensive pass interference. Brian Williams was on the coverage of Reggie Rembert. Major Harris on the field, and the penalty will go against the Eagles. Touchdown for West Virginia. A 35-yard strike from Harris to Reggie Rembert with 7:24 to go here in the ball game. Harris now with 299 yards passing, 15 of 21.
The Major is just extraordinary. Time after time. He just comes up with a big play.
Charlie Bauman with the extra point attempt. It is perfect, and West Virginia leads it 52-19 with 7 minutes and 24 seconds to go. John, here's another look at the 35-yard touchdown strike on Major Harris to Reggie Rembert off the option freeze play.
The same play we saw just a few plays earlier, a super throw and catch. That's what makes coaching fun.
There's Reggie Rembert, who just hauled in that touchdown pass. That's Rembert's third touchdown catch of the season, second catch of the afternoon. And Reggie Rembert, who's an All-American, junior All-American transfer out of Independence Community College. Made a beautiful grab there.
Reggie tastes a little bit of sugar there. Reggie has an exceptional speed. He has sub 4.4 time, which is in a 4.3 range. So he's going to run away from a lot of people.
And what makes him so good is his size. He's 6'6". And when you've got that type of speed, even if you're closed up with the defender, as long as you get it up high enough, Reggie Rembert, with his athletic ability, can pick it off.
His nickname is E.T. Heard some of the players calling him that on the airplane last week.
The kickoff will come from the 45-yard line.
Brad Carroll now comes back on for West Virginia for the kickoff. He's been switching on and off with Charlie Bauman.
Again, West Virginia changing up their kickoff coverage, moving that ball from the left hash to the right hash to the middle of the field now.
And the ball taken by Giles. And Giles ahead to the 27-yard line. Charlie Fedorko making the stop for the Mountaineers. 7 minutes and 18 seconds to go. West Virginia in control, 52-19. The Mountaineers led it 24-12 at halftime.
I'd be surprised if we didn't see Willie Hicks in here this series for Boston College.
And here he comes. Well, for all of you Mountaineer fans watching in on WTAP in Parkersburg, this Bud's for you. Willie Hicks is in at quarterback for Boston College, a sophomore from Mattapan, Massachusetts. He's got some footing problems, and guess who's right around him there? Number 87, Ronaldo Turnbull. Scott Summit's also in on the stop.
Ronaldo is just simply amazing. He's 234 pounds and is a 4% body fat. Heck, most people have 4% body fat in their arm.
Loss of 9 on the play, and that'll bring up second down and 19. And the Mountaineer defense basically taking control. Teddy Kester there making the stop on Mike Sanders. Willie Hicks is an option-oriented quarterback. He has thrown just 4 passes this season, 1 of 4 throwing for 11 yards, and so he has seen really his first good taste of action.
I talked to Coach Kralavich last night, and he was very much concerned about Willie Hicks because he's extremely quick, and it gives the Boston College offense a whole new look with that option.
Third down and 16, and Hicks is going to be throwing it here. As his man, Andre Green, and Green down to the midfield marker. Good hold on by Andre Green. Preston Waters was in on the coverage. First down for Boston College.
Willie not only has the ability to run the option, but he's also had a good arm hitting the drag pattern.
So on the completion, Boston College with first and 10 from the 50, and here's Mike Sanders for a 5-yard pickup. David Lockwood, number 41, making the stop. Sanders with 129 yards this afternoon on 23 carries.
Not bad for a third-teamer.
No, he's going to be a good one for Boston College. He's a junior, so he'll be back next season.
He's also a pretty bright guy in the classroom. He's a finance major.
And Hicks loses the ball, and it's recovered by Basil Proctor. Well, Willie Hicks slipped on his first play and lost the ball there on his 4th play from scrimmage. And West Virginia will take the ball over at the 47-yard line. And we'll get a look at Mountaineer quarterback Greg Jones.
Greg Jones was named the co-hustler way back in the Bowling Green game. Seems like a year ago almost.
And the ball carrier is Eugene Napoleon. Napoleon into Boston College territory down to the 46-yard line. Eugene is one of 4 Mountaineers that have rushed for over 100 yards this season. A.B. Brown, Andrew Johnson, and Major Harris the others. Second down and 4. Greg Jones again making the handoff. Pushed out at the 44-yard line. Greg Jones, not the type of quarterback that Major Harris is, in the fact that he's not an option-oriented quarterback, not a guy that loves to run around with it, but he is a tremendous quarterback when it comes to dropping back and just throwing the football.
When he sits in that pocket, he has great vision. He slings that arm back and he just rifles it.
Third down and 1. And again, it's Napoleon. He's got the first down. At the 37.5-yard line, Napoleon is down, and David Johnson was there to make the stop. The Mountaineer offensive line out there right now is the offensive line of the future. Got Jack Lynn, Dale Wolfley, Scott Parker, Jeff Price under center. And the handoff goes to Rico Tyler. And Tyler across the 25-yard line. Sophomore out of Pittsburgh with his first carry of the afternoon.
And that offensive line, Tony, is not too bad. The majority of them all are 400-pound bench pressers.
And there he is again, the beast of the East. And perhaps Mountaineer fans have it his way and their way. That beast of the East will be staying right here in Morgantown.
Rico Tyler.
Tyler again.
Initial stop by number 88, Caesar.
Well, the effort by Mike Sanders of Boston College, 120 yards on the ground this afternoon, is the best rushing effort against the West Virginia defense this season. Mike Pringle of Cal State Fullerton had rushed for an even 100, but Sanders with over 120 yards. Second down and 8. And the toss goes to Napoleon. And the running room tough. Ivan Caesar coming over to make the stop. Major Harris, 264 yards passing this afternoon, 70 yards on the ground.
Greg Jones wearing one glove there on the left hand.
And he's going to get a chance to throw it. Wide open, Jamie Lamont. And a touchdown. Greg Jones hits for gold on his first pass attempt. A 24-yard touchdown to Jamie Lamont, who was wide open.
When that quarterback reverses out like that and fakes the toss sweep, that holds and freezes those linebackers and their secondary people. Jamie was wide open. Great call by the West Virginia coaching staff.
Jamie Lamont with a tremendous afternoon for the Mountaineers. 3 catches for 65 yards and a touchdown. Charlie Bauman looking for point number 59, and he has it. 3 minutes and 7 seconds to go, and the West Virginia Mountaineers lead it by 40 points. Tony Caridi, John Garcia back at Mountaineer Field. West Virginia has blown this one open here in the second half of play. The Mountaineers led it by 12 at the end of the first 2 quarters, but have built it up to a 40-point lead with 3 minutes and 7 seconds to go. A crowd of over 63,000 on hand here this afternoon, and many of them will return 7 days from now as the Penn State Nittany Lions come into Mountaineer Field for their biannual visit.
As they say in Preston County, Tony, coal mines, moonshine, are moving on down the line, bringing on Joe Paterno.
They'll be waiting for him next Saturday.
You know, I don't think anybody realizes, Tony, the amount of time that this coaching staff puts in. They probably put in 80, 90 hours a week. And tomorrow morning, they'll be in the office 8 o'clock, and they'll be there until 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, and every day. It's just a job that demands a great deal of time and study.
The long hours are quickly passed over and don't feel as long when you're able to score 59 points and when you're on your way to being 7-0.
That's right. It certainly makes it a longer season when you have more losses than wins.
The Mountaineers have run 60 plays in the ball game for 511 yards of total offense.
I'm sure it'll be a long flight back to Boston College.
West Virginia's averaging 470 yards total offense. That's 9th in the nation. And that'll go up some this weekend. And they were averaging 40 points a game. Now a 59-point effort. That'll increase as well. And Carroll's kickoff taken at the 10-yard line by Tracy Giles. Met there by Steve Grant, the freshman linebacker out of Miami, Florida. And the chant begins, "We want Penn State."
Even the little guy there.
Yeah. Well, they're going to get him. 1 week from today. Willie Hicks, who fumbled on his first appearance of the afternoon, under center for the Boston College Eagles. And Hicks. Intended there for Ray Hilbert, reserve flanker. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Hicks seems, John, to have a great velocity on the football, and he's putting the ball there. Looks to be a good prospect for Jack Bicknell's club. The Eagles are on their way to falling to 2-5. West Virginia on their way to 7-0.
He's a little guy, 5'10", 179 pounds.
Mike Sanders, the ball carrier, still up as he reaches the 45-yard line. 1st down for BC.
Bring on Penn State! 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 Bring on!
Officials call timeout as Ray Hilbert is injured on the play for Boston College, being attended to. A very disappointing loss for that man, Jack Bicknell, who has had very little success against West Virginia. Against Don Nealon, he'll fall now to 7-1 or 1-7 if you look at it from Jack Bicknell's perspective. There's Mark Hankin, right guard, shaking up. As Under Johnson signed some autographs over on the far side, here's a reminder, if you're a Mountaineer fan and you've ever had a Mountaineer fantasy that you'd like to take yourself up on, well, Key Centurion Bank is giving you a chance. Call them at 1-800-352-2512 or go to a Key Centurion member bank outlet and you can pick up yourself an information form, and perhaps you can be on the field before this season's over for the Mountaineers. You'll be serving in some capacity.
Great opportunity for a young person.
Hicks going deep. He's got his man, and it's incomplete down at the 5-yard line. Intended for Andre Green. Boy, quite a throw there by Willie Hicks. John Murphy, a reserve defensive back for the Mountaineers, was in on the play. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10. And the pass going over to Tracy Giles. And Giles down to the 44-yard line. So West Virginia has Penn State remaining on their schedule. Then a trip to Cincinnati, a trip to Rutgers, and a trip back to Mountaineer Field to close off the season against the Syracuse Orangemen. This victory over Boston College, very important for the Mountaineers, but several key games still remain on the schedule. 3rd down and 11. 1 minute and 50 seconds and counting. Willie Hicks has his man. Good for a 1st down over the 40-yard line. That's Ray Hilbert, junior out of Cincinnati. Timmy Newsome over on the coverage for the Mountaineers.
The CFA just recently honored Boston College as one of the highest universities that graduate a number of players who graduate with degrees. And I'm just amazed at the number of players that are finance and marketing majors that they do have.
A very good school. Boston College. In a very beautiful place. Now it's time to mug up to the camera. Craig Taylor to your left and Robert Pickett to the right.
You notice that Pickett had a shield on, and that's to prevent any type of eye injuries. And with that forehead injury that he had, I'm sure they thought that was added protection for him.
Yeah, Pickett was a big question mark coming into the season with that forehead that was swelling up on him, but they have taken care of that with a special helmet. Hicks on 2nd down and 4. Into the end zone. And it's incomplete, intended there for Ray Hilbert. Nice effort by Hilbert, but too far into the back of the end zone. Ruled incomplete.
Tremendous catch by that guy, just couldn't keep his feet in.
54 seconds to go. Well, the Mountaineers have not seen 7-0, John, in many a year. Got off to a 6-0 start back in 1983. And then ended up losing to Penn State and eventual national champion Miami. Executive producer of the Mountaineer Sports Network is Mike Parsons. Today's game, directed by Nick Smith. The associate producer is Alan Hercules. Our next MSN television game coming to you from the Meadowlands in New Jersey as West Virginia takes on the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. Clock continues to wind down, and this should be it. Under 20 seconds to go. And Willie Hicks's pass overthrown. Clock stopped with 10 seconds. West Virginia will have the ball over. That was 4th down and 5.
I'm sure there'll be some anxious Mountaineer fans opening up the paper Monday and Tuesday to look at the polls.
Yes, this should catch the eye of a few pollsters. Sports Illustrated has been holding the Mountaineers at number 10, despite a 6-0 record and a schedule that is oftentimes criticized. And it will be interesting to see for the 59-point effort where the Mountaineers fall next week. So this one is over, fans. 10 seconds on the clock as Greg Jones will run the play out. Timmy Williams, redshirted freshman out of Pemberton, New Jersey, has the honor of having the final carry of the ball game. West Virginia University is 7-0 for the first time since 1955. The Mountaineers scoring a 59-19 triumph over the Boston College Eagles. Well, the West Virginia Mountaineers, for the first time in 33 years, are 7-0. A convincing pounding of the Boston College Eagles. 59-19, the final score. That man, Major Harris, with a tremendous afternoon, completing 15 of 21 passes for 297 yards. Craig Taylor, a touchdown run to get the first one on the board for the Mountaineers, finishing up the ball game with 33 yards. For Major Harris, it's an afternoon that he won't soon forget. As mentioned, 297 yards through the air and 57 yards on the ground. Overall, the Mountaineers outscoring the Boston College Eagles 35-7 in the second half of play. A 24-12 game at the half blew out to a West Virginia victory in the second half of action. Andre Johnson with his second straight 100-yard effort. Johnson finishing up the ball game with 111 yards on 23 carries. So that was the score at halftime. The final score, 59-19. The Mountaineers 7-0 as they look ahead to the Penn State Nittany Lions. A game that will long be remembered as West Virginia puts 59 points on the board against the BC team that had given up at the most 34 this season. For John Garcia, I'm Tony Caridi saying thanks for watching, everyone. We'll talk to you again next week.
Promotional consideration provided by U.S. Air. We welcome all of our passengers, one at a time. The Holiday Inn of Morgantown. Look for officially licensed WVU merchandise from PM Enterprises. This has been a Mountaineers Sports Network presentation.